here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. For you, whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Do you mind you were forced to be alone? Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. With water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back, 'cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Do you mind we were forced to be alone? Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, with water we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
امان الله هي بالفعل وايد شتت الطرف الاول الثاني الفيجياس ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا مين مروان من يلقى الكروت الان يحب النيد ما تكونش في الحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello and welcome back everybody. This is the second day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season, and we're back with all the action that the Africa region has to offer, with teams returning for yet another day of crazy action on the battlefield. Of course, I'm quite looking forward to seeing what the teams like 1 Million, VST and Slime4KT, for instance, will be bringing in today, and whether or not they're going to be continuing with their domination like they were doing yesterday, or we could potentially even be having a few new contenders rising to the challenge. My name is DK and I am joined with the awesome Esproxy. Now, yesterday was a day filled with excitement. What's your take on today?
I feel like today, at least I'm hoping today, we're going to see a resurgence in some of the teams that maybe stepped in a little bit shaky, had to get those nerves out of the way on the first day, and then come back today and just make sure that everything is on par. So I'm looking at Desert Flame Esports, I'm looking at Legends of War, I'm looking at the Super Young Stars, and hoping that today they're going to step it up. But you can't take anything away from the teams you've just mentioned. 1 Million Esports, VST Gaming, and Slime4KT, they're definitely going to be a challenge to match.
Yeah, they started off the day with quite a bit of domination, but I'd also like to remind our viewers of our socials. So be sure to head on over and give them a follow. And while you're there, let us know what you think, or rather who you think is going to be the contenders moving through this season. Also quite excited to see what you guys think and who you are supporting. Let me know who your favorite teams are. You can be sure to include the beautiful hashtag there as well, the PMPL Africa hashtag, and you can hit us up on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok. So quite a bit of a, an exciting day that we have up ahead here for us. And of course, speaking about excitement, as we need to give a big shout out to Monster, right? Our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And I mean, we've seen quite a few monsters on the battlefield yesterday, so I'm curious to see if we're going to have any more of those monsters returning to the fray once again. I'm pretty much expecting to have exactly that. And of course, speaking about the fray, speaking about everything that we saw yesterday, I think we should take a look and see what the format is, just once again to remind the viewers of a few of the additional changes we have coming through into this season of PMPL Africa. As we can see, of course, we have done away with those super weekends, but also now it's going to be the opportunity for teams to get rewarded for their hard work, right? Culminating in those bonus points, which they'll be receiving at the end of the week, which we know counts towards their starting points moving into the finals.
And as we've mentioned this before, that is a massive leap into the finals, because just imagine being able to set yourself up with a fantastic foundation moving into arguably one of the most stressful weekends of this entire tournament. So absolutely huge opportunities here for the teams that they can take a part of, and that is going to come down to the consistency that they show within these next 3 phases. And honestly, just the fantastic performances that we saw yesterday, I can already tell you the bar has been set so high.
Yeah, so there is quite a few expectations coming into today. And of course, just to help explain all the new changes, we are going to be hopping into a quick video just to help, just break it down a little bit easier. Okay, wait, sorry, we're not having the video today, so we'll just have to do it manually as the old-fashioned way and just explain our way through it. So as we saw on the graphic, we have the teams now. Instead of super weekends, they are going to be playing 5 days of play across the board. At the end of the week, the top 12 actually are going to be participating in an additional map, which is going to be all the way over on towards Livik. Now that is going to help to try and just figure out a way these teams find themselves, and the teams sitting at the top of the leaderboard will get the most bonus points, obviously, right? So teams sitting in pole position will be awarded 20 points, and then it moves all the way down to where the team sitting in 20th place is awarded no bonus points. So it's an interesting spread coming through as the teams progress on forward. And ideally, we'd like to see the teams, play as hard as they can to ensure that they accumulate as many of those bonus points as they can possibly garner.
And as you were talking about the phases, you can take a look at those calendar dates just to remind everyone watching at home what they can prepare for. And of course, just to get a handle on the dates, because as we know, there is that week-long break right at the halfway marker of the tournament. So make sure that you keep those dates in mind, in check. You don't come back that week and expecting some PMPL Africa action only to be very sadly disappointed. So make sure you got those dates locked down. But it's very interesting the way that we're going to be running this format alongside this calendar, DK. Again, I'm very, very interested to see, potentially the changes we might see from week 2 to week 3. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer as we're only on day number 2.
Yeah, only on day number 2, but the teams will have a lot of opportunities, as we were talking about these bonus points, right? They're going to have a lot of opportunities to try and accumulate those points. They're going to have 4 opportunities. So once rather in each of the first 3 weeks, right? So at the end of week 1, end of week 2, end of week 3, but also then with the overall standings accumulated over those 3 weeks. So the team that is able to sit at the top will then again pick up those additional 20 points. So I'm expecting a lot of hard work to come through, and we saw that being pretty evident yesterday. As we've already mentioned, we did see the players there from 1 million VST as well as Slime 4KT just going absolutely crazy. I mean, Slime, they were super aggressive for a big chunk of yesterday, right? And this is a new change, a very dynamic shift coming through from them. And I gotta say, I'm actually loving it quite a bit, because that's the kind of performance we've been wanting to see come from a team like Slime for the longest time. And now they're stepping up, they're delivering on that front, and they're really starting to utilize all the experience and the information that they've been able to garner so far.
Yeah, they started off a little bit quiet, and we really were focusing quite a bit on Titan Gaming, but they massively came through right up until the end. And as you said, for a good portion of yesterday, they made a showing. But again, DK, we also have to talk about why we are all here and what these teams are competing for.
Yep, and it's going to be a quick look at our prize pool to see what is at stake, aside from the slots moving through to the MEA Championship a little bit later on as well. But of course, we can see the teams participating in the league stage. Each of them will be walking away with a little bit in the bank at least, right? $2,500 being awarded for all our participating teams. Our grand prize pool sitting on $150,000. That is absolutely insane. A beautiful increase from what we saw in the previous season. But this time around, we can see our finals also having some really decent value to it, right? First place picking up that $10,000. Second, walking away with $6,500, and third place being awarded $5,000. So there's quite a bit to be, to be had here, as the teams will have some really good opportunities to just try and, solidify that bank at the end of the event.
Absolutely, and of course we're going to award those MVPs that extra 1,000. So all of the teams are not only going to be gunning to, perform at the best possible level, but also as individuals, and see if they can get that extra bit of ka-ching at the end. So ultimately, DK, a lot to play for, and a lot of obstacles that these teams have to deal with in terms of not only the format change, but also the way in which the competition has shaped up a little bit. We mentioned yesterday we had a few new faces, a few old but new faces, new but old faces, quite a few changes coming through, and ultimately we were blown away by some of the new teams stepping into the roster yesterday.
Yeah, very, very exciting day. And of course, we are going to be taking a quick look at our point system as well, just to remind the viewers what to expect from these teams. As you can see, large maps, that includes Sanhok, Erangel, and Miramar, where the teams will be awarded 15 points for that winner chicken dinner. But eventually, when we get on to Livik, which is going to be on Sunday, our final match of the day, the point structure looks a little bit different, but we only have 12 teams participating, so it has been adjusted accordingly. As we can see there, that first place being worth 10 additional points. And then, of course, as we always know, those last 3 slots, unfortunately, walking away, as Max would say, with a big fat bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately. On both sides, you don't really want to be the teams that have to take those bubbles to your scoreboard, but there's always going to have to be those initial sacrifices. Hopefully some of the teams can make up for that with their elimination points. We saw quite a few teams placing a heavy focus on that aggressive energy and bringing in some fantastic engagements to grant them, those elimination points before they may or may not have been taken out early on. So that sort of leveled the scoreboard, and hopefully we'll see that balance coming through today as well.
Yeah, of course, speaking about the teams, let's take a look and see what our bracket is, right? How these teams have been divided up. As we can see, our Group A is on that left-hand side, and we make it all the way through towards Group E, which is on that far right-hand side. I mean, I'm stating the obvious, but, you know, sometimes I just like to read the letters that we have on the screen. But, I mean, this is also interesting to take into consideration, right? That this is the group spread only for this week. Once we get into the next week, it's going to be entirely different shuffle. And speaking about shuffles, we also have map shuffling up that we saw as well. And we were talking about it a little bit at the end of yesterday, but we're going to be focusing a little bit more on that for, well, today, because it's applicable for today. But as you said, right, a few new faces. One of those, for instance, are the Titans that we saw just really popping off yesterday, going absolutely crazy. But then we also saw VST Gaming stepping up with some very surprising performances. We had TEAMLAG also doing some really beautiful things. And we saw Team Wave also coming in with a really great consistent play. I mean, they didn't really necessarily have the craziest day, but what I'm liking is the fact that it has been consistent, right? We are yet to see a strong performance come through from the players of Legends of War, so one of our other new teams to this season. But again, right, today is going to be that opportunity for a team like, for instance, Legends of War to step up and just show us what it is that they've been hiding from us since yesterday. So I'm really excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing out as they are making their way through today's rotations.
I also feel like the teams are relatively balanced in terms of the key performance that we saw yesterday. I mean, if you go through groups A to right up until E, you have at least one or two teams that made some stunning performances yesterday as we move on through. I mean, Titans within group A, we've got VST and Lag within group B, we've got 1 million sitting in group D, Slime 4KT and C, and all of those teams, as we continue, they've had fantastic performances yesterday. So now it's up to the rest of the teams in those groups to, well, step it up as well and hopefully bring that performance in today. As you mentioned, we've got quite a few teams that are going to be put under the microscope.
Yeah, speaking about microscopes, right, we're going to bring them out right now as we head over into our overall standings to see what the teams did yesterday and what we could potentially be expecting from them moving through today's matches. 1 million, as we mentioned before, brought in a really aggressive start, bringing in 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, and both of those were had over on Erangel. So yesterday we had 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. That is not the case today. So I'm looking to see how those results are going to be changing on through. As we have mentioned also, VST Gaming bringing in a very, very consistent performance. I'm loving the aggression, especially being shown by our top 4 teams, right? So you can see 35 eliminations, 30, 26, 25. Those are some really substantial numbers to have. But that is also going to now present an opportunity for the teams not only positioned a little bit further down on this first page, but also the teams positioned on the second page now to look to step it up and close those gaps. And as we can see, looking at the lower end there of the leaderboard, it's going to be the players from Arab Golden, Mad Knight, Darkness, and TEAMLAG that really have to put in quite a bit of effort to improve their standings today.
Absolutely. And we mentioned this, you know, for some of these teams, it's not quite the performance we used to. I mean, I'm taking a look at virtual gaming, right? Picking up those 17 eliminations, but only 2 placement points. It's a very weird combination to see virtual gaming not keeping that consistency and that balance in terms of the points that they are collecting. And I mean, then you find Arab Golden and it's the exact swap around, right? Big focus on placements, not as heavy of a focus there on the eliminations. So hopefully the teams can just tighten it up a little bit more today and, you know, catch up where they might be falling short so that they can ensure that they pick up as many points as possible, because especially you don't want to fall behind at any point in time. As you mentioned, every single day counts and every opportunity leads you that much closer into getting those bonus points for the finals.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure to come on through. And I mean, today's going to be that be-all day to see teams are going to be bringing through. As we mentioned, we are going to be moving into a little bit of a Miramar heavy day. So that means we are going to be having 3 Miramar maps today. Map number 1, map number 3, and map number 5. And we are going to be just cramming a little bit of Erangel and Sanhok in between the 2, just to make sure that it doesn't get too dry, right? You just want to give the teams a bit of an opportunity to just, you know, remember that there are still other maps and that they still have to keep those potential plays into consideration. But today is definitely going to be a day for the teams that are exceptionally, that prefer Miramar above the others to now capitalize on the opportunity that they are being presented with. So as I said, we are going to be seeing a little bit of that Sanhok and Erangel edition coming through there. And of course, starting the day off, we are going to be having groups A, B, C, and D participating in the very first match.
Yeah, and we mentioned this a little bit off broadcast as well. Because it's such a Miramar heavy focus day, we are definitely looking at teams such as, Titan Gaming and Leaders Esports to see what performances they might be bringing in, because they were our two teams to take the winner chicken dinners from yesterday's Miramar game. So we're expecting a similar performance, but it could also be the exact turnaround. It could be the target on their backs that are lying in wait, and the teams now stepping it up and showcasing, hopefully, the better performances that they would have wanted to yesterday.
Well, I mean, there's not going to be too much to wait for anymore as we are making our way into our very first game. We know that yesterday, right, 1 million dropped a 32-pointer in that very first match. But today, I'm curious to see how this is going to pan out, as it is Miramar heavy. Leaders Esports and Titan Gaming, they were showing quite a bit of a dominating performance in Miramar yesterday. Now, today's going to be the opportunity for them to try and build on that momentum and potentially try and push it as far as they can manage it. So I think this is going to be really one to watch out for as the teams are starting to make their way on down. And it does seem like we are coming through from at least that western side of the zone, but it's also a relatively southern flight path for the time being. Right, so as you can see, we do have a little bit of a hang time coming through there. A very slow yet steady approach trying to get down on towards that map. Now, what we're going to be looking at, especially moving into this very first match, is to see where the teams are going to be dropping, right? As we already had it, the flight path was a little bit further down towards that southern edge, and the teams now really have to put a lot of effort in, depending, of course, on where that first initial zone is going to be going, to get themselves situated into that playable area.
Absolutely. And again, as you mentioned, I mean, the focus on Titan and Leaders, Titan running away with that 28 points a game, Leaders running away with that 22 points a game. So they also had a pretty good performance, but not as explosive as the start, not quite as explosive as the start as what we saw with 1 million Esports, who both started and ended the day with a fantastic performance, which is why they find themselves there on the first spot. But moving into this game, yeah, I really am waiting to see what Super Young Stars and Desert Flame Esports will be bringing to the picture. And as I say that, I see them in the elimination feed, DK, so I think I should just stop talking.
Yeah. I mean, Miramar is still very fresh in the minds of the players, at least coming through from Zero Tolerance, right? We know that they actually picked up the winner chicken dinner, but they got a little bit overpowered, right, by the performance coming through from Leaders Esports, who were able to lock in those 10 eliminations. But surprisingly, even though Zero Tolerance had picked up the winner chicken dinner, they were still able to find 6 eliminations, right? But now this is going to be the opportunity to show how they can actually look to improve that. And I'm also waiting to see what is going to come through from the players of Leaders. But I mean, looking at Legends of War and Super Young Stars, this could be quite an exciting start, as there could be a little bit of an altercation now in the early stages of this match.
Oh, just sniffing around, looking around the corners, and bam, there is an immediate surprise. But at least for the time being, Super Young Stars will be containing the action. And to find 1 million, now with a knock almost immediately, I'm wondering if Lag is looking for a little bit of revenge from yesterday.
Ooh, well, maybe it could be, but, I'm liking this little bit of a hard drop action coming through here from the teams. And 1 million definitely going to be put to the test. We know Erangel is their map, right? They are absolute monsters there. But this is going to be the proving grounds to see whether or not they can continue with the efforts and bring that momentum through. And there's going to be some pretty high stakes at play here. But, we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out.
I mean, absolutely. In this point in time, Team Lag, they found that initial entry, and now they need to just look for further information here. And of course, the same can be said here for 1 million, as they are scrambling to find an entryway back here. Potentially find a knock on towards Lag or an entryway into the building. You can see Marshall already doing that scouting job, but unfortunately will be punished for it.
Wow, I'm loving the quick reactions coming through here from Lack. I mean, coming into today, they were sitting all the way in 16th place. Of course, we do have our updated leaderboard happening right at the top of the screen. As you can see, Team Lag now sitting on 13 points. They've not yet locked in any of those eliminations, but that could change very, very soon, as it is maybe going to be Marshall But it does seem like Marshall is just trying to gather a little bit of additional information. But this is, something that, in my opinion, is very much a 1 million-ish kind of way to play it, right? Even though their player got knocked, that's not going to be end of the road. They're going to try and see what information they can find from that and now look to capitalize and utilize that to their favor. As we can see, a little bit of a push coming through here from Venom, taking aim on towards Fantasy. Oh, and this is going to be a 3-1 push. And unfortunately, Fantasy is the one to fall, but the rest of the team from Lag going to be looking now, just trying to patch up this position. Up they come, rushing straight to the fight. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull this one through. A9Q now also getting traded down, and Lazy Boy, a super aggressive player from the side of 1 million, just comes strafing around the corner. And 1 million now already sitting on 3 eliminations, as.
I mean, that is just, once again, a textbook finish here for 1 million esports, making sure that that pincer maneuver was an availability there for them, and just to work together to take out their opponents bit by bit by bit. And even though we had that surprising jump into the action from Lag, driving in with the vehicles, trying to recover the situation as quickly as they possibly could, 1 million just so quick on the trigger, and they were able to manage that beautifully. And hey, here we can focus here on Blackjack Esports and Seoul as well. Another team that has at least started off with an elimination here and there.
Yeah, I mean, Blackjack was a team yesterday that we were hoping to see more come from, right? But they started to find that momentum as we progressed into those later stages of the day. Now, today, again, right, I at least have that expectation. We're looking to see what it is that Blackjack's going to come through. We know that they are a super capable team. They've shown their capabilities in previous seasons, but we are yet to see them now look to kind of replicate those efforts and just show that they are capable of asserting their dominance on a map like Miramar.
Absolutely. And I mean, so far, in terms of what we're talking about on the map, I saw quite a bit of a well-rounded spread, I would say, against with most of the teams. I mean, I'm still seeing Slime4 KT relatively split up. And if you take a look here at Super Young Stars, still quite south in terms of their rotations currently. And obviously, with the one player down, they're keeping it, pretty safe. They're just trying to understand what's happening here with Legends of War as well, who've now made that rotation up a little bit more. But in the situation here for both of them, already a player down, and both of these teams have quite a bit of pressure today in terms of just bringing that performance back.
I mean, I can't really fault any of the teams having lost a player already. I mean, this is PMPL, as let's be real about it. I mean, some pretty high caliber teams participating here, so having a player being lost here and there, I think it's pretty much the norm. As we can see, quite a few teams. We got 1 million, the Super Young Stars, Zero Tolerance, and Legends, all down to only 3 hopefuls. But there's still quite a bit of a play to be had here, right? That zone sitting all the way up in towards that northwestern region. Also, a big chunk of that being unplayable area, all the way over towards that very edge where the teams cannot reach. I think this is the kind of push that we want to see from these teams, right? Because now they need to find a way to get themselves situated, but at the same time, not come running into a vulnerable kind of position.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why we often see that 1-3 split, sending out that scout, getting that information, absolutely vital, especially in, a proving ground like PMPL Africa. You are playing against some incredibly high skilled and high caliber players. So you need to make sure that you take as safe of a pathing as you possibly can. Of course, 1 million esports here towards El Pozo, still very well situated and pretty much, unbothered for the time being. They've got pretty much the entire of El Pozo to themselves for the time being until those rotations move in a little bit more. But it is Miramar. It is a little bit deceiving in terms of how close these teams actually are.
Yeah, well, let's see where they're going to be going. As we know, Blue Zone is going to be constricting on forward. I mean, I'm loving the position coming through there from Arab Golden alongside Slime4 KT. But another point that draws my attention is the players there from VST, right? Just on the high ground south of Monte Nuevo. And that could be quite a beautiful position to hold, especially looking at the number of teams we have yet to rotate through from that southern edge. But also then, right, I want to see the players from Virtual Gaming step up. Our victors from the previous season. I want to see that return to glory. I want to see those names just lighting up the feed. And hopefully that is exactly what they're going to be doing as the team now, the zone rather, constricts further on towards South. But already 1 million absolutely zone blessed with their position coming through up in towards Pozzo. And Slime 4KT really looking to get themselves situated. I'm liking this movement, this mobility coming through from them.
Yeah, and I mean they really stepped up on one of those last Miramar maps yesterday with that insane aggression right up until the end. So unfortunately just fell short to, I believe it was Leaders Esports. So hopefully this time they can tune up the aggression here. And Arab Golden, ooh, sneaky little bit of a scout there, but Pronto will stay silent. Although it looks like Sin has that information. Pronto probably got spotted this time, so now it's that one-on-one.
Oh, now it's going to be the rush. Now it's going to be the opportunity to lock it in. But Sin is on fire. Just absolutely aflame, trying to see what they can get going. But they do find quite a bit of damage on towards Pronto. Ooh, fortunately, that res, that quick heal comes on in. And this is going to be the rush now as Ban and Sin comes pushing on forward. The trades come in as well, and they find the knock. Down goes Pronto. But we are seeing the rest of the Slime team now also looking to just rush on forward and bring in a bit of a vengeance play here.
Yeah, Arab Golden, unfortunately, in that situation for Pronto was just a little bit faster or a little bit closer to be able to get that, cavalry in position, get the backup there, and make sure that that confirmation came through as quickly as possible. So now Slime 4KT in a situation, a 3-on-4, where they could potentially get a little bit of revenge, avenge their fallen comrade, and potentially pick up those eliminations. But for the time being, Arab Golden might just choose at this point in time, maybe just to rotate, just fall a little bit back and just to focus on some cover here because it's still early on. We're only in that phase 2 and the team still have to move into position here. At this point in time, DK, we do have to talk about Blackjack and Mad Knight, who may have already found each other as well.
Yeah, this could be a pretty interesting performance coming in right here. Blackjack, of course, is going to be just utilizing the hard cover that we have up in towards this power grid position. Mad Knight, on the other hand, are going to be opting for a little bit more of a, outdoorsy approach. We can see Tyson just taking a quick breather alongside that concrete block, just lying down, waiting to see what's going to be happening. Meanwhile, Amowin and Wisco actually going to be moving much closer. But this could be that opportunity now for Blackjack to hit, and it is exactly how it happens. As you can see, Phoenix finding a bit of damage that cooks up the mollies, looking to send them on forward. We got several other teams now finding a few altercations along the way as well. But here we go. Mad Knight prepping for a bit of a push. But it does seem like Blackjack has actually, to some extent, anticipated this kind of play coming through.
Yeah, the defensive play that they're holding at this point in time does seem like they're ready for it, and they're also making sure that they have a potential flank moving on around the compounds and potentially putting themselves in a better position. So Zane just holding that far left position there, waiting at the last possible warehouse, just making sure that they're not going to have any sort of surprises, if I could call it that, coming on through here from Mad Knight and potentially go for that sandwich later on.
Oh, yes. And speaking about sandwiches, right, there's going to be a lot of that to come through. As we can see the congestion up towards the north, we've got a beautiful clumper action coming in towards that eastern side. But now we get to see how the teams are going to be looking to rotate through this kind of, power's position, right? Because we got still the players there from Legends of War having to push up from that Picardo area. And that could mean that they are potentially going to be rotating up into this direction as well. So whatever Mad Knight and Blackjack are going to be doing, they need to do it really quickly because they're starting to run out of opportunities. We can see that blue zone is also now going to start closing up once again. And this will just apply additional pressure onto the teams. But speaking of pressure, MG just in a beautiful ambush setup. They're finding the knock right down onto Tyson.
I mean, absolutely, just lying in wait for that opportunity, but now the push has to come on through. As we mentioned, Zane trying to keep lock of everything that was happening on the side has to push on in through as well. And now Phoenix and Chrono Lost right up against Mad Knight looking for those finishes.
Oh, come on, Wisco Light, looking to see, can they find a few? Phoenix now trying to just to bring in a little bit of a breather here. Could this be the play, though? I'm loving the sneaky approach coming through from Wiscola. Trying to wrap around, finds a great opportunity, and does indeed pick up a trade. Now Phoenix retaliates, gets the knock in. But look at MG coming in from the back end there. Beautiful off-angle positioning. Sneaks on through, finds ammo win. And with that, they alleviate the entirety of the Mad Knight squad.
I mean, Blackjack did seem like they just had that plan right off of the bat. Zane, once again, playing those outskirts angles, making sure they're keeping themselves at a distance. So, I mean, even if in worst case, if their team would have gone down, at least they would have been in a better position to escape, but also just in a prime position to give that long distance assistance there. And of course, Myth and Darkness now finding themselves also in a little bit of a longer range engagement here. And for Darkness at this point in time, they unfortunately have to fight through Myth if they want to get into the zone.
Well, I mean, they definitely have to fight and look to see whether or not they're going to be able to get it in. But look at this, though. Momin looking to just line up those hits. But again, right, Darkness being caught in a little bit of a less favorable position here. Yes, it is an elevated angle, but Momin just so beautifully set up in anticipation that they're actually capable of, or rather able of taking down Whiskey. And now it's going to be up to the players here from Darkness, trying to find a bit of an approach to take here. Not quite sure where they're going to be trying to push towards, and we don't see a super aggressive rotation, but Iron is just going to be waiting on that very edge, and all the hopes now is going to be riding on Iron.
Oh, looking at this rotation is going to be such a difficult one to just try and sneak past Team Myth. And I mean, there is no other choice at this point in time, especially not with the extra ambush from Slime 4KT from an even higher rise. So unfortunately here for Darkness, they are literally just running from one fight to another. And of course, Myth taking the perfect opportunity to get the heck out of dodge for this time, because we know that zone has shifted and those rotations need to run on through, because VST have already set themselves up in the center of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, we just had a quick look at that map, right? And it was rather zoomed out. And I was trying to figure out, why is this map so zoomed out? And then I remembered, oh yes, we've got one of the players from Legends of War still positioned all the way back in towards Los Leones. So, not quite sure what the situation is there. They are moving, so we know that they are not AFK. Hopefully they'll put effort on to get themselves back into the zone.
As you mentioned it.
Oh, you know, that is unfortunate. And speaking about unfortunate, look at that vehicle go. As there's going to be Senge now trying to find the trades up in towards Chico as the one round tries to sneak in behind 1 million. But that's no easy task to pull off.
I don't know how they survived that vehicle flip, but I mean, either way, kudos to one round for making it work one way or another. Lamborghini's in check, and they're going to be heading on straight through. Once again, just needing to be very cautious of at least these western parts of the zone, trying to get themselves into a better position here, because of course we know Solo Esports, Titan just around the corner, lurking and ready. And now Titan, one of the other teams, to set themselves up in the zone quite beautifully here.
Well, one thing that I'm liking is that there's no one team at this point in time that's just running away with those eliminations. So we can see it's very much balanced between Blackjack, 1 million, Titan, Arab Golden. But I think that all is going to change up now, as we already see the players from Team Myth starting to go to work, coming into that feed, their numbers starting to climb. But Titan also looking to bring in a little bit of a repeat of what we saw from them just yesterday. I mean, we know Axa and Puncher, right? They were so aggressive, just quick with the trigger, their heads again on that swivel. But let's see where they're going to be going as they move around this time, and whether or not they can actually find themselves in a substantial position.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive spray downs what you saw yesterday coming through here from Titan Gaming. But once again, going to be placing the focus on those, interesting returns that we're going to need to see from the second page of those scoreboard onwards, such as Super Young Stars and Virtual Gaming as well. I want to see a higher focus here on the placements, already finding themselves at least in the top 11 squad. So hopefully they can carry that forward. They haven't been too crazy active in terms of eliminations, and they need to be careful because Nossa is scoping out there towards the Blue Juice, looking for any possible stragglers here. But hopefully they can move on through in safety.
Yeah, but I mean, this position that we saw just now from Super Young Stars, that is going to be a very, very important position for them to hold, right? We know currently they're sitting all the way in that 18th position, and they were one of those teams that I said that we need to see a little bit more effort come through for today. So if they're able to just utilize this position and assert themselves through it, I think it could be quite a play to be had. But of course, that is all going to be determined on what this next zone shift has in store for us. If it moves up north, this is where I believe that the players from VST are going to be finding themselves absolutely golden. They can just sit there and capitalize on that. But there we go. Both teams, in fact, still having a little bit of a anchor point situated in towards the zone. And now it's going to be up to the players here from Super Young Stars to now just utilize the living heck out of this position.
Absolutely. Just sole ownership of all of that beautiful real estate within the zone, that perfect hard cover that Super Young Stars can absolutely just utilize if they can hold off the aggression from all of the teams trying to take it from them. And of course, Titan just here towards the edge, also holding a bit of that hard cover, now having to fight up against 1round who are looking to take it away from them. And man, what a fight, because 1round basically putting themselves in a pincer here between Super Young Stars and Titans at the same time.
Yeah, and this is going to be Titan's opportunity to shine now, right? They've got the elevated position. They've got 1round on the one side. They've got a 1 million on the other side. So a little bit of pressure coming through. No stress on them there whatsoever. But they now need to try and prioritize these positions, right? They need to decide where they're going to focus their efforts towards. Is it going to be at the potential threat coming through here from one round, rather sneaking up from that southern edge? Or are they going to put all their efforts on, trying to halt the advances coming through from 1 million? Because once 1 million gets that momentum going, they become quite a problematic force to try and deal with.
It's interesting you mentioned momentum, because as soon as you said that the eliminations were balanced, 1 million just started taking hits out of Myth, out of, the Arab Golden team, and now they're sitting on those 8 eliminations in a matter of seconds. And Titan Gaming might already be looking to take out 1round here.
Yeah, and this is now the opportunity for Titan to just bring in the aggression that they had yesterday. I'm pretty sure that they're going to be locking it in once again, but it's going to be Buncher to take a few hits as Knight comes through with a few of those very devastating blows. But both teams now just utilizing the ridge lines, but this is actually going to be providing an opportunity for 1 million to get themselves situated much, much closer. And this could result in a bit of that third-party action. So we are seeing a little bit of a separation now happening on the map. Teams splitting up towards that western and eastern side. But AXA actually getting themselves taken down with the south nade. That is not what you want to happen at this point in the game.
Yeah, we can't really afford, mistakes in the top 8 teams of the first map of the day. And now 1 million, I mean, they've smelt the blood. They're heading on through here for this push right up against Titan Gaming.
Ooh, but here we go, right? This could be the push now to see who's going to be able to lock it in. And it is going to be none other than Senke to do exactly that, picking up 2 eliminations right then and there. E-Flex now just going to be still riding high on the elevated position. But Super Young Stars still in a very favorable spot, right? They can still just utilize this additional hard cover that they have and apply that pressure as they are doing right now, right onto the players there from Virtual Gaming and potentially even Blackjack.
Moving it on through, it's going to be a difficult opportunity here for the teams now to try and catch up to just the sheer amount of eliminations that 1 million are currently dropping. VST now in a little bit of a split up position here, snuck in between Slime 4KT and busy fighting it out, just trying to get a pathing into the zone. But the longer that they spend here, the more time that they give away to 1 million to hold that gate closed, because right after they finish this engagement, they have to run into potentially either Virtual Gaming or 1 million or Super Young Stars to get themselves into the zone.
I mean, they can pretty much take their pick as to who they want to potentially give their points to, right? But now it's going to be still a little bit of a contentious play coming through between VST and the players here from Slime, who are yet to find that safe rotation path all the way back towards the zone. As you can see, of course, the players there from Blackjack also now being reduced down to only 1 hopeful. But look at this. Razor coming through here from Koa as they connect on through, but up comes a quick response from Hainsley, and that is going to stop them right in their tracks. But the action will continue as 1 million also comes in with their own contribution to the carnage. It's a boot now moving up into the elevation, but gets taken right on down. And now it is up to Fivo to see whether or not they can bring in or potentially even pull anything through at this point.
Oh, DK, this is the winning condition right now for 1 million esports. They find themselves in a prime position to take a piece of any and every single team trying to make that rotation in from the northeastern side of the zone. So that is VST, that is Slime 4KT that are right in the crosshairs of 1 million esports.
Yeah, definitely in the crutches. But also now, speaking about that, it is going to be VST to get pincered from many directions. We did see Slime trying to make a bit of a play there, but unfortunately, they weren't able to survive the aggression. And now it's up to Zuxi. Oh, finds a beautiful spray on towards Senke. 1 down, 2 more to go. And this could be that opportunity. But Venom is going to be laying the defenses on so thick. Now already on 15 eliminations. What on earth's going on?
I said the winning conditions in play right now for 1 million esports, and now they head into this final zone. Hopefully, with their final three, as should be able to get that res popped off. So, in terms of numbers, they're looking at Super Young Stars and 1Round as their equal competitors here. Of course, Virtual Gaming still in this as well with 2, but in terms of positioning, again, I'm either leaning towards 1Round or I'm leaning towards 1 million. Super Young Stars, they have their work out for them.
Yeah, we're going to have some one-on-one action up on that ridge line. But I'm glad to see that Virtual Gaming also trying to make a bit of a push, right? They want to get themselves included up on that ridge line because once the zone shifts, it's going to be a downhill battle from that point on. So I'm a little bit worried about the players there from the Super Young Stars having to now try and cover that additional ground as the zone has taken a shift over towards that northeastern side once again. But the utilities are going to get sent across. It is going to be 1 million now getting caught up in the fray, and all their hopes and dreams now turning over on towards poor old Venom. But as we know, Venom, no stranger to just defending their position as best they can. But look at the bounce. It's not going to be going where they would have hoped, but this is now the opportunity for Venom to just rush on forward, lock in the 16th elimination. And now it's going to be Gaddafi standing between Venom and that 17th elimination for 1 million.
I mean, even as a solo, still such a threat at this point in time. And Gaddafi, I'm not sure if they're shaking in their boots, but they're definitely looking for an opportunity to get out of this one or potentially take Venom down. It's all going to come down to that timing opposition and if those nades are going to be reaching their targets. But right now, in terms of numbers, once again, Super Young Stars, 1Round, actually in a better position currently.
Yeah, they've got the numbers advantage, but they are going to be starting to take that altercation with the players there from the Super Young Stars. As we can see, both teams now trading it off as those knocks come in. And still, the action is going to be continuing between 1 million and Virtual Gaming, with the Super Young Stars now trying to make a run for it, want to get themselves up on the elevated positions here. But Eflex and Escanor going to be looking to put a stop to that as we've got them perched up high. It is going to be those utilities to get sent on out, but it's not reaching all the way up. Nossa now in a spot of bother here, trying to get that raise in, but doesn't get spotted out. Up comes Eflex, and down they go. The final 3 teams now left to fight it out. It is going to be a very favorable push coming through now from 1Round. Still 3 players up.
Still 3 players up and looking for that final opportunity to take out either Gaddafi or Venom, as Venom tries to sneak on out of potentially the next focus point here. Surely 1Round, they have a little bit of information as to where both 1 million and 1Round were duking it out. And now you can see the rest of the 3 players of 1Round currently slowly but surely pushing on through to try and cover as much ground as possible and try and spot those final stragglers.
Yeah, this is going to be 1Round's game to win. Let's see if that is going to be on the books for them. Venom now super low on that health bar, but up comes Eflex. Just trying to sneak around the edge. Wants that flank on towards Venom, and that's all it's going to take for the shots to come through. It's going to be Knight to lock it in. 1 million. A bid goodbye. Up comes the push now as 1Round looks to close it up, but it is going to be Gaddafi instead, opting out into the blue zone. They do not want to give those points away, and there we have it. The winner chicken dinner getting handed over to 1Round. What a great start on this very first match of the day.
Absolutely. We had them going head-to-head yesterday and now coming back into a fantastic fashion to make quite a bit of a statement here. So those match rankings might take a little bit of a shift up, and we'll see how much of an impact it actually had on the overalls. But that was just the prime opportunity there for 1Round to come through and find the final moments to make it happen in their favor.
I mean, that was such a beautiful finish coming through. I mean, they had the numbers advantage. They just utilized the elevation. And I was actually quite surprised to see that the altercation between 1 million and Virtual Gaming went on for so long, right? It was just 2 solos duking it out in those late few zones, looking to see who's going to be the one to survive for the longest. But unfortunately, as we know, when 1Round stepped in, they just pushed through. But also a great improvement coming through from Super Young Stars, right? They held their position in that zone for the longest time. And I do think these additional points that they've been able now to garner come through from placement is going to do some pretty favorable things for them, at least looking at the overall rankings.
I mean, I was asking for it. I was asking for that new balance for Virtual Gaming, because we know they can take eliminations. We know they can take engagements. We were just waiting for that better placement, that better rotation to come through and to bring that overall better balance that is the reason they were the champions from the first season of PMPL Africa. So now we are starting to see that coming through. I just hope they keep that going for the rest of the day.
Well, speaking about keeping that going for the rest of the day, let's hop into our first round of match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to lock in. As we can see, of course, the players coming through from 1 million, sitting up in pole position with those 16 eliminations, 26 points coming in total for this game. And that just puts them above our victors, right? The winner chicken dinner team, 1 round. But they've only had 4 eliminations, so that puts them on 19 points in total. Virtual Gaming locked into that 3rd place with 17. And then, of course, our super young stars, our rising stars, if we can call them that, coming into this match, featuring all the way in 4th place with 11 points to the name.
Absolutely, and I'm very happy to see Virtual Gaming and Super Young Stars in the position that they find themselves in. A good improvement from what we saw yesterday. I've already mentioned Virtual Gaming's improvement in terms of placements, but Super Young Stars also picking up those double digits. That's fantastic. Moving on to the second page, as we can take a look, we finish off this first page with Titan Gaming in 8th place, which is a bit odd to me, but of course, then we see a few more bizarre names to be finding on this side of the page. I mean, we had a winner chicken from Zero Tolerance yesterday. Unfortunately, here they'll only be taking off that 1 pointer, and even TEAMLAG, you know, a lot of the teams here not quite finding, I guess, the points that they would have wanted to. As well as Legends of War, we know they were a little bit split up there towards the final phases. Unfortunately, one left very far out into the middle of nowhere. So hopefully that will be resolved into the next map, and we can see a few of these teams bringing a better performance that they would have wanted.
Well, at this point, so what? The Los Leones is going to be code word for middle of nowhere, right? So, well, I don't know. But again, just taking a look at what we had moving into these last few zones, right? Venom, as we know, a super aggressive player, really capable in performing under pressure. But, I mean, they were in the standoff alongside Gaddafi. Like I said, I'm not quite sure what happened here, but this was a great opportunity for 1 round. Now to build up a bit of a stampede as they came rushing on forward to close it out, lock in that winner chicken dinner. I mean, what more could you ask for from a team?
Absolutely, and it's that little bit of time that they had just to reset their health and reset themselves before taking that final push, so that they made sure they had it at the best possible health, the best possible numbers, really gave them all of the advantages they needed and those winning conditions, because they also started with a really terrible position, having to climb that ridge line. So just that little bit of time that they got from that standoff, I feel like that's what really gave them that final push over the edge.
Yeah, and I mean, what's also quite exciting to consider is that we still have 2 more Miramars to come. But next up, we are going to be moving over onto Erangel, or rather Sanhok first, to see what the teams are going to be bringing through in the jungle. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be back in a short few minutes with our second match of the day.
Minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa's full season for 2022. Already a very exciting start coming into our very first match of the day over on towards Miramar, where we saw 1 round and 1 million. Making it into those very late circles. Of course, the players there from 1 round, walking away with a winner chicken dinner, but 1 million. Walking away with all the eliminations as they absolutely obliterated the lobby. I mean, we were talking about it as the game was going, right? Saying that we've not yet seen 1 million do what they did yesterday. And then as soon as we said that, they were just like, you know what? We've got you. Look at this. And then, rah!
Once again, crazy starts, just similar to what we saw from the performances yesterday. So fantastic start to the day. Hopefully, again, maybe they can keep it up. Maybe someone else will step into the plate as we move on to Sanhok, because as we know, some of the teams didn't get an opportunity to play Sanhok yesterday, and those were, of course, the teams from Group C, and now they can actually make their debut. So, I mean, I'm looking at Slime for KT, their first map on Sanhok for PMPL Africa 4.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite an exciting one to see, as you've pointed out, right? The teams that have not yet had the opportunity to play Sanhok to now step up and show us what it is that they are going to be looking to bring in through. But also, I'm also curious to see what we are going to be having coming through from Desert Flame Esports, the players from Leaders Esports, as well as Triple Esports and Wave, because we know this is going to be their first match of the day. So it's going to be quite a bit of an exciting one starting your day on Sanhok, right? Miramar is one thing, but Sanhok is a completely different thing, and I'm wanting to see whether or not the teams are going to hit the ground running, or whether or not we're going to see a little bit more of a tactful approach coming through onto Sanhok, because we know either of those strategies could work out quite favorably for the teams.
Oh, absolutely. And what I'm also curious to see is how the teams might be adapting, because we saw quite a quick adaptation yesterday to some of our earlier leaders like Titan, like VST Gaming, and towards the end we obviously had Slime for KT. They jumped into the action quite quickly. We had a few more teams such as Zero Tolerance who also jumped in quite beautifully as well. So I'm wondering if that adaptation is going to be a continuous theme as we move on through this first week, and if the teams are really just so quick at adapting to the challenges that are being thrown at them.
Well, it could be a possibility, right? But we are yet to see what Desert Flame wants to bring out today, right? Starting off the day, we've got them sitting all the way in that 19th position, which is not the most ideal position, and also not a position that we are too accustomed to seeing them in. As we know, yesterday, it seemed like they had a really rough day. So hopefully today's going to be a much better day, and we can actually see quite a substantial performance increase coming through. And what better way to start it off other than starting it over onto Sanhok itself. So I am going to be coming in with a few expectations for the teams, right? As you said before, the bar was set yesterday, but I believe the bar was set for a few teams and not all the teams, right? I still want to see where all the teams are going to be looking to push their respective bars to.
Absolutely. I still want to see more performances from the teams that haven't quite yet shown exactly what they are capable of. We had that immediate answer from Titan. We had that immediate answer from VST. But I mean, Legends of War, I'm still waiting to see what they are hiding, you know, under the covers and what they're going to be bringing to the stage. Super Young Stars as well. They got much closer this time around, but still there are, you know, some shining stars that I'm waiting to get those answers to. And as we move on to Sanhok, which is, I mean, such a close combat heavy map, I feel like the teams such as Virtual Gaming, who manage those engagements so beautifully, might be thriving a little bit better this time around, and maybe not. Maybe we'll see some other new stars rising to the occasion.
Well, all will be revealed very soon as we are getting ready to move right over into Sanhok. So we don't have to wait too much longer to see what action the jungle will have in store for us as the teams get ready to move. But again, also looking at what we had coming through from Slime just yesterday, right? They also really started to find some good momentum coming through on Sanhok itself. It wasn't the most insane map per se for Slime, but it was definitely a good one for them. So I'm going to be excited. Well, yeah, well, I am exciting. Oh, thank you.
Exciting.
I'm going to be excited to see what the teams are going to be doing as they move out. And I mean, Sanhok always has quite a few surprises. So, you know, I'm open to any and all of those.
No, absolutely. And it is a very exciting time, DK, here for PMPL Africa 4. We are going to wait to see if those teams are already shifting up the changes they brought yesterday, or have they brought some new stratagems to make sure that they're going to be the ones taking the winner chicken dinner this time around.
Well, I mean, talking about the stratagems, right? let's see where the teams are going to be looking to apply those strategies to. Flight path, as we know, on Sanhok, not so important, right? It's important to the extent that it needs to get the teams out, and they need to drop down to the ground. That bot is super important. Otherwise, there's no match. But what's going to be a little bit more important that it has a little bit more priority than the flight path is going to be that first initial zone. Now, we've seen several surprises come through on Sanhok as to where that zone decides to move, and it is somewhat temperamental on a good day, if I could be as bold to say that. But I mean, this is not a bad zone, right? Over on towards the northwestern side, being inclusive of that northwestern island. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm actually liking this quite a bit.
Yeah, we've got all the trifectas absolutely locked in. And yesterday we had that interesting, set where we actually did see 1 million making such a sneaky approach there coming through from Camp Alpha. So curious to see what we're going to be having in store coming through into this game. Of course, as we know, there's going to be a few changes with the groups, with Group B sitting out, I believe it is. And the changes might mean that we're going to be seeing some different performances happening. So VST, Darkness already just staring down each other across the river and potentially looking for an early engagement here.
Yeah, I just realized that I said that Slime had a good day on Sanhok yesterday.
But it's their first debut
Yeah,
on Sanhok.
I know,
PMPL
right? I
after the
realized
full-
that, and I'm like, oh my goodness, look
I
how
let you
smart
go
I
with
am.
it. It was okay. You were going to make it up anyway, so it's okay.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But, well, Slime, welcome to Sanhok for your first time in PMPL, right? I mean, like, they were there yesterday in mind and spirit, right? That's why I feel like
Absolutely.
I saw them out on the battlefield. Now it all makes sense to me. I got it now. Okay, I've got my stuff back together. Slime also with a little bit of a spread out approach around the players coming through here from Triple Esports. But we are seeing a little bit of a hot drop actually coming through over in towards Spy None, right? The players there from VST and the squad coming through from Darkness already getting themselves prepped up for a little bit of altercation action. And of course, speaking about action, it is going to be wasted to feel a little bit of that sting come through as Flacco, our birthday boy, is going to be making a play over there. Yes, I spotted it on social media. It's Flacco's birthday today.
Hey!
Happy birthday, Flacco.
birthday.
Now, please don't get eliminated. Just survive a little bit longer. I mean, he's almost patched up. He's getting there. You can't have that.
No, you can't take out the birthday boy. That is just absolutely rude. But yeah, instead, Flacco will be getting the elimination here, taking out Wasted completely. So Desert Flame Esports already starting off with 1 elimination, and this is good. I want to see more of this coming through from Desert Flame Esports. We know what they're capable of from the previous season, and we've yet to see that. So hopefully that is going to be the start. But also a very welcome to Darkness, Mad Knights, and of course Arab Golden, as also it's their first debut on Sanhok here. So curious to see what they might be turning around, as we know Darkness already in that little bit of content with Pi None.
Yeah, I did it again, Ez. It's not Flacco, it's Speeden. But I mean, either way,
Why?
happy birthday, Desert Flame. Whatever. I mean, okay. Right, Speeden, happy birthday, my friend. Yes. I fixed it. At least I got it much faster this time around, right? I'm getting better, Ez. I'm getting better. But speaking about getting better, it's up to the players here from Darkness and VST to find a bit of an improved position. Either the position coming through from Darkness on towards VST or the other way around, from VST over onto Darkness. But as you can see, we've got Zaxi perched up high, a nice elevated position, but the same's coming through from Darkness. So I'm liking this kind of, play-by-play, match-for-match. I mean, Hainsley, though, that was a little bit of a crack nade coming through there, but I gotta say, I like it.
Oh, I mean, he sent that one. I was like, okay, wow, if that actually does connect, that's not only over the river, that's over another roof or two just to make that perfect connection. I mean, come on. We can see VST already now grouping up and making that push, making that onslaught. They know the trigger is here. They are looking for their confirmations.
Oh, and there's going to be none other than VST now to follow up with a few nades, but also fall to a few of their own as the shots connect on in. And let's see where they're going to be going. Whiskey trying to rush on forward, looking for an opportunity here. Iron and Tornado a little bit further away, and this could be quite problematic for Whiskey as they experience it firsthand. It's a boot. Just boots them down, and off they go. But still the flames of success burning around them. As we can see, Iron now taking aim over on towards Fivo. Down they go, and this could be the opportunity now for Darkness to make a bit of a comeback.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, also just fantastic reaction on that trigger here coming through from VST. Perfect nade placement. And yes, a little bit of a sacrifice had to be made to get those nades in, but it managed to get them that kill onto towards Hainsley. Now just these final connections have to come through, and Darkness hopefully will be able to get out of this at least with a few eliminations and 2 still left in the action.
Yeah, Darkness looking to shine a little bit of light onto VST, but it now all rides on Xerxes. As you can see, Xerxes really trying to keep up the pressure there, trying to keep Tornado pinched in that corner. But fortunately, Tornado is able to escape, at least for the time being. But it is going to be a run around the block here for Xerxes, and they need to act quickly and swiftly with that, as Iron is yet to find an angle. But this is now that great strategy from Xerxes, just utilizing the hard cover and getting themselves the heck out of dodge.
I mean, it's all that you can really do at this point in time. I mean, Fivo not really in a good position there. And I mean, from Itzabut there coming through, again, the reaction was so good. And unfortunately, just as they turned that corner, that nade was placed to absolute perfection. Whiskey, I mean, honestly, that was a brilliant reaction from them. And again, it's a little bit sad that they had to make that sacrifice because, you know, there was that immediate return. It's just that 3-on-1 situation. What are you going to do about it? But Whiskey managing to take down at least 1 or 2 and doing so much damage for the rest of the team. So good start for them to pick up those eliminations. We'll see what they can do in the rest of this one. As for the rest of the team so far, if I'm taking a look at the map, I mean, Zero Tolerance, pretty close here towards boot camp. Obviously not going to be jumping into boot camp just yet because, of course, that is currently the territory of 1 round. So they are keeping their eyes peeled to the horizon. And Desert Flame Esports potentially getting a few visitors in the form of virtual gaming here.
Ooh, I mean, I'll really welcome that one in, but it's going to be an interesting position as neither of these teams are really going to be looking to move much further than they are right now, at least for the time being, right? Because the zone doesn't really need them to move elsewhere. Instead, they can look to hunker down and just see what they can find from here. But it is going to be a little bit of a spread coming through in the vicinity, right? The rest of the teams going throughout the entirety of the map. There's a lot of space, so there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of breathing room for the teams to collect themselves and come up with that absolutely banger of a strategy to lock in that winner chicken dinner. Who that will be, well, we are yet to find out, but it could be any one of our 16 teams. VST also still in contention, down to only 1, but we can see DWAS keeping a very watchful eye up on that ridge line, spots a little bit of movement over on towards Virtual, and now it's up to how they're going to choose to kind of play that position out. Just on the opposite end of the waterway, we see the players here from Mad Knight making their way through Hatin, and it is nice and tranquil. They can go about, get everything they need in preparation for these later few phases. And I'm just looking at the sheer number of teams we have, as I think it is going to be a very, very hairy fight to the finish.
Absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned, you know, the teams having to collect themselves. I'm just taking a look at lag right now. I mean, you've got 1 player there towards the edge of docks. You had 1 there towards Kampang, and even 1 coming through from Lakwai. All the rotations that lag need to do, they first need to group up and then head right through to the zone. And I'm very curious to see what sort of pathing they might take. Hopefully a little bit more towards Quarry so that they can avoid that Super Young Stars sort of just radar that's happening there, as they have set themselves up there right towards the edge. Currently potentially in maybe a form of containment that they can hold the rest of the teams making rotations in. Again, it is Sanhok. It's not a crazy rotation in, but they're definitely the team that has to make the furthest rotation as it currently stands.
Well, speaking about rotations, right, I was just about to say that Zuxi has not opted to leave Painan just yet. Instead, Zuxi looks to pick up Tornado, and now they need a little bit of iron in their system. As we can see, Zuxi come through with a beautiful jump shot to lock in that elimination and bring in 4 eliminations. I mean, so far, the most on this map. So what a crazy play that is coming through from VST. But Zuxi now is going to be having quite a bit of a challenge, trying to survive for the rest of this map, the duration of this game, and potentially make it into those later few phases. But saying all of that, we can see the players here from Zero Tolerance still holding a steady position, while we have Titan actually starting to rotate much closer towards them.
And Tyson had a pretty fantastic performance towards Sanhok yesterday, so hopefully they can replicate a little bit of that today, because they've been somewhat quiet so far compared to that explosive start that we saw starting on the first day of PMPL 4. So Here now, the opportunity lies in Wake, and that is in the form of Zero Tolerance, who we also know had a fantastic, fantastic performance as well on these maps, and even picking away a winner-winner chicken dinner. So interesting to see both of these teams for now. Zero Tolerance just staying quiet, making sure they don't want to pick off any engagements just yet until they are absolutely sure that they will be the ones walking away with the W at least. And for the rest of the teams, just trying to center out around the trifecta that is the zone right now.
Yeah, but another team that I'm going to be looking at is going to be the players from Seoul, right? They are in trifecta, right? Like you just said. But they were also the team to pick up that winner-winner chicken dinner just yesterday. And they did so with 8 eliminations to their name. So maybe we could see a little bit of that continuation come through from them as they are smack dab center zone, very favorable spot, and they could be expecting quite a bit of company to be rotating in towards their region. But speaking about regions and company, it's going to be Desert Flame now looking for a potential play to be had while they are focusing their efforts on getting themselves not only into the zone, but trying to find a way to bring in that continuation as they do now get into a bit of an altercation there with leaders. It's going to be Flacco to get knocked this time around. And already Wasted has been sent away. It is now up to Morteza, Shadowin, and Gary Boyd to come through. But up comes Morteza, quickly just trying to get a little bit of a closer look on towards Desert Flame.
I mean, this is the second team that has just gone back for the revenge, that has just gone back for a piece of the action once again. We saw VST do it in the form of, Xerxes getting that 1-on-2, and now leaders, they're back to just say, you took Wasted from us, we might be taking Flacco from you, or maybe even a little bit more. But for the time being, it does seem like they will be sending at least a scout out and leaving Shadowin and Carryboy just to look and see what else they can get from the situation. Oh, Morteza, though, on that scouting position, does get taken out by Gaddafi and immediately confirmed. So leaders down to 2 as they take on the entire force of Desert Flame.
Oh, yep, that could be the play. We'll have to wait and see. But up comes Arab Golden, moving on towards that western side of Painan. And still, Zuxi is here, right? Zuxi has claimed Painan for themselves. They've planted their flag, and now they're going to try and defend it as best they can. It is going to be somewhat of a challenge because Ab Golden is a full squad, but we'll see now as the zone moves, it moves further towards that western side. Again, bringing along with it quite a few challenges as the teams will now need to get themselves positioned into that kind of trifecta area. But surprisingly enough, the entirety of Ruins is open for the taking.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a question mark at this point in time. I guess, some of the teams still making rotations. Wave might be able to take a control of that as they are a little bit slower with the rotation. I'm loving the cute fluffy animals on screen. Please give us more of those any time of the week. But for the rest of the teams so far, they're looking pretty comfortable within the zone. I'm not really seeing any scary points of contention other than that northern part of the edge of zone as Virtual Gaming, Desert Flame, and leaders are kind of just making a group here that is a very scary question mark for me at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a little bit of a scary play, but, maybe it couldn't, or maybe it won't be. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds, but Blue Zone is going to start moving up in the next few seconds. So a team like Wave, who we have just about entering the safe playable area, will need to try and get themselves locked in. But meanwhile, we see the players here from Seoul now defending that center zone area as they take aim down on towards Zero Tolerance. Vortex is going to get traded on down. So we can see Lord Paradox and Skydo now looking to find a bit of an opportunity here. Maybe they could find a few of those trades along the way. But it is going to be quite a challenge for them to secure those positions.
Now, Weiss moving in with a fantastic spray down, at least there towards Vortex. Now looking for a little bit more as the rest of the Zero Tolerance members are just ducking and diving, trying to send out those nades and trying to give themselves a little bit more space to work with here as they recover the situation. Hemo, of course, just holding back, just keeping an eye out. And in the meantime, that scary question mark I was talking about at the northern part of the zone? Yeah, that is because Desert Flame currently finding themselves in a bit of a sandwich now thanks to Virtual Gaming moving on into their territory. So not sure where that one's going to be leading currently, DK.
Yeah, not quite sure just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of keeping an eye on the action, right, it's going to be Skydo now to get pinsted up in this building as it is Raouf. And, well, Weiss, I believe, now just moving in, looking to apply as much pressure as they can. They've sniffed out someone in their compound. They need to push them out, and they do succeed, as we can see Weiss now pushing in, picking up that trade on towards poor old Skydo. And now it does seem like the players here from Seoul are able to maintain and retain control of their position. But they're going to be put to the test once again, as we can see leaders moving much closer. We've got Mad Knight moving in, as well as Titan. I mean, again, this is the situation. We can pretty much pick a name, and you're going to see them trying to move closer towards the zone, especially that we're on the verge of seeing where this next phase is going to be taking us.
Absolutely. Trying to get yourself as centered as possible, putting yourself in the next possible, best possible position here for the next phase shift. Have to get to that trifecta, have to get into that center. And unfortunately, for teams that are making those later rotations, they might have to battle their way through. But all right, that shift is still going to be favoring Seoul. It is going to be favoring Mad Knights. And even, you know, the remainders of those a little bit stragglers teams, such as Wave and Slime4 KT, who just got themselves into the zone, they will have an opportunity to get themselves settled.
Yep, they will have an opportunity, but I gotta say, the zone down onto Trifecta, this is gonna be quite the risky, challenging performance here. Lag, I mean, all the way down towards that far southern edge, you've got so much ground to cover, and with that, it is gonna be the players from Desert Flame now to get snuffed as the action and the pressure comes through. But Virtual Gaming now having quite a bit of ground to try and cover to get themselves resituated back into contention, moving through to the zone itself. Fifth, fourth phase zone. Ooh, the blue is going to be absolutely devastating at this point. But it seems also like the players here from Arab Golden are going to be trying to keep a little bit of pressure on Lag, but not overly committing to that just yet, right? They're just going to be pushing themselves just ahead of them, looking to see what Lag is going to be trying to do. But, I mean, looking at Gaga, it does seem like they know that something is a little bit sus at this point.
Yeah, they've probably, you know, spotted out a pixel or two in the grass, maybe a helmet sticking out, maybe a barrel just raining down some hellfire at this point in time. But they are definitely approaching this as cautiously as they possibly can. Of course, that zone is going to force the issue just a tad as it moves into the fifth phase. But for the time being, Team Lag will just try and find every opportunity. But hey, speaking of opportunities, Titan, they open the door for Lag now as they take on Arab Golden.
Wow, what a play that is. I mean, loving the advances coming in here. I mean, Titan, they were nearly hidden on the southern edge of the zone, but right as Arab Golden started to move in their direction, they sprung into action. As we can see, also now Lag capitalizing on this fact as well as they move in and find the remainder of Arab. And that is, what a sandwich. But again, right, Lag now in a little bit of a vulnerable spot. They need to try and regain some ground, regain some control. But Titan is not going to let that happen just yet.
I mean, honestly, Titan, they've read the textbook of Sanhok, right? They know that it's third-party central, and they made that work to their perfection. And at this point in time, they're looking for their next possible victims. Might be in the form of super young stars, but hold on. Wave is also getting involved as Puncher does go down. There's nades flying at Gaddafi, so everyone trying to make those rotations into the trifecta are feeling the brunt of the action, unfortunately. It's not going to be an easy rotation, and all of the teams having to fight tooth and nail to get into zone.
Yeah, I'm loving this contention come through. It is challenge upon challenge upon challenge. You can see Lag opting into the compound there, but it's not going to be a safe play for long as they still need to get through that and get themselves secured up in towards the zone. Ooh, Kakao getting taken down. A9Q also starting to lose health at a bit of an alarming rate. But that is the blue zone at this stage, and it is going to be AXA to just capitalize on that fact, stepping on through and finding the trade. Gaga out in the blue, opting for a bit of a heal strat, as you can see down on that southern edge. But now, Slime, the only team that has full sended into zone, that has quite a predominant presence moving in. And we have your fours there from Virtual Gaming, also just out in the waterway. But Triple is yet to push in. We are yet to see what's going to come through from the Super Young Stars all the way on that eastern side. But as you can see down south, it is still looking super challenging and not a clear pathway to that zone.
I mean, even for Wave right now, if they make a direct jump into the zone, as you mentioned, Slime4 KT, because they made that push to the zone, they hold majority of the hard cover. They hold majority of the buildings still available. Yes, Yafos is pretty close to at least one of them in the center zone, but as a solo, you are going to want to hide, and Seoul Esports rather are going to wish they were hiding. Unfortunately, as super young stars just roll on through, picking up those two fantastic eliminations, and we can see the elimination feed just absolutely popping off as these teams are making rotations.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of popping off coming through as we can see that feet not able to keep up with all the action. But up comes the plays now from Soul. Ooh, Raouf finds a nice straight, but it gets straighted down in turn as Moord now steps up looking for a bit of a plate to be had here. They need to now get ahead of that blue zone. As you know, the damage coming through is going to be quite substantial. But look at this, right? We got Weiss and P6 smack dab center zone. Well, in fact, the only two players currently situated in the zone. But that's a good anchor point, especially now for Titan to try and leverage themselves off of. But Slime yet to make a push, right? They just on the very edge. We could see them taking aim over on towards Titan, but they could also find that trade on towards Yafoz.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, Slime's advantages just fell through the water with that last zone shift. And now, as we mentioned, Titan, they're sitting in a beautiful position. Soul, well, Weiss at least, the last remaining hopeful here for Seoul Esports, just looking to stay alive, as well as a few other remaining stragglers also looking to get those placements up for their teams. We can see 7 teams alive, but only a handful still within the zone, still within the playable area. Mad Knight, oh, under the microscope here as they try and make a swim for, unfortunately, Titan's crosshair right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty tough swim to have there. But Slime, they look really confident moving into this phase. We can see our fours now getting traded on down. Plaza stepping to the challenge. Tyson out in the blue. Going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Not sure how long they'll be able to survive. And with that, we have our answer. Mad Knight fall to the blue zone. Titans are going to be rushing on forward, looking to just close it up. We still have a little bit of contention coming through from Weiss. Maybe there could be a play to be had, but it does seem like the shots are landing one after the other. We are down to 4, and the zone itself is occupied by only Slime and Titan. We see one player there from Wave as well as Lag, positioned out in the blue zone, but we'll see for how much longer. This now is going to be the opportunity for Slime and Titan to try and make their plays for that winner chicken dinner. Already, Slime sitting on 6 eliminations, Titan sitting on 7. Axis spots a bit of an opportunity on Toronto.
Oh, just the elbow, just the shoulder peeking out, and that's the exact opportunity that Titan are looking for. As soon as they find that trigger, as soon as they can find that knock, potentially, they can move on forward into the zone. Because as we know, Slime right now, they hold real estate of the zone. They are keeping Titan out of it.
Oh, wow, this could be magic now for Slime. Let's see. Pronto. You can hear that vehicle just rushing up to alongside them. It is going to be Axel to get traded down as Storm finds the angles. Up comes the utilities, trying to find the pressure on towards P6, but Plaza just inching their way further and further forward. Pronto just on the other side. It is going to be an absolute barrage of utility all over the place. And there we go. It is going to be them now to get found out as P6 goes down. All the pressure now riding on Tika. They are going to try and push on forward. TEAMLAG gets eliminated, and that is going to be it.
Ooh.
What? Down they go. Beautiful rush. And the only player standing between Slime 4KT and that winner chicken dinner is going to be Zakaria coming through from Wave. See, I wasn't wrong when I said Slime had an absolutely amazing time. I was giving a prediction. That was I was prophesizing. That's what happened.
You just got your days mixed up. You made today, not yesterday. Yeah. I get you. But yes, absolutely phenomenal performances coming through here from Slime, because again, they were constantly in a situation where the map just said, no, I don't want to give this to you. I am going to give someone else the zone blessings, and I'm going to give you a curse. You have to run and rush into a better position. And they constantly made that work. I mean, they made their advantages. They opened up opportunities for them. They put the pressure on Titan Gaming when Titans were the ones who got zone blessed in the first place. So beautiful rotations coming through from Slime Pocket and just managing those expectations, managing their surroundings. And now, well, heal off, I guess, for Wave. We'll see how many meds are still left. Maybe we might get another bit of a... Well, what did Senke do yesterday? A bit of a push-up. So maybe we get something else here. Maybe a little bit of a dance move to sign us off from Sanhok as the second map of the day. But 4KT will be absolutely thrilled with this winner chicken dinner.
I mean, that was so amazing right there for them. I mean, that was 9 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, already locked in for Slime. So what a way to go. What a way to step it up. Our winner chicken dinner winners, right? I already said but yes, it's Slime. What a way to go. I mean, right, so I had, like I said, I had a premonition. That was a prediction that I gave before we even got into the match. As you said, I just had my days mixed up. Sure, that's exactly what happened.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But either way, PMPL 4 is shaping up to be a very surprising season already. Slimefork AT, as you mentioned, towards the end of yesterday, they brought that aggression again, and we were excited because this is the Slimefork AT that we know from previous seasons. They can kick it when it comes to the aggression levels, and again, brought it today, picking up some beautiful eliminations and making opportunities for themselves. I can't stress how massive that was to create those opportunities. Those rotations from Slimefork AT were absolutely clinical, and it's the reason they found themselves in those winning conditions towards the end.
Yeah, I could not agree more with you on that one. Everything just locked in place for Slime, and it's great to see this upgrade in performance coming through from Slime, right? I mean, it's such a vast difference from what we saw in the previous season of PMPL. So there's definitely a lot of improvement that has come through on the Slimefork AT side, and I gotta say, it is looking absolutely phenomenal to see them just looking so comfortable out on the battlefield. But of course, right, that was only our second match of the day, our only Sanhok of the day. Next up is going to be even more Miramar. But before we go anywhere in that direction, we also have our match rankings that will be coming up soon. But I mean, who would have thought? Well, I knew in advance, obviously, because I made my prediction, right? But I said, who would have thought that this would be such a substantial game coming through for Slime? I mean, what a way for them to just showcase their talent on Sanhok. But of course, we also call Sanhok Slunghawks, right? So
I was
it's
gonna
Slime.
say,
It kind of mixes up there.
you told me this. You told me that Slimefork AT and Sanhok are a match made in heaven, so you had to know. You made the prediction in the first place. Come on. But absolutely fantastic performances. And again, this is what we are waiting for. We want these teams to step it up. We want these teams to put on their best performances. And yes, because those maps keep changing, the obstacles keep happening, and they constantly have to adapt. So some of the teams who didn't have a fantastic performance on Miramar, well, they're under pressure today because we have such a Miramar heavy day. And of course, Group C, in the form of Slimefork AT, Darkness, I believe it was also Mad Knight, and of course the Arab Golden Esports team had that opportunity to showcase what they've got on Sanhok. Even Arab Golden, then towards the end, they had an opportunity to get a little bit closer, but it didn't quite make the winner chicken dinner cut. Either way, still more opportunities, still 3 more maps left for the day. And I'm curious to see if Slimefork AT can take this momentum from Sanhok, this fantastic rotational play, this fantastic opportunity play, and bring that to Miramar. Because then we have a conversational piece in terms of how much they can close the gap today.
It was absolutely crazy, right? But of course, speaking about crazy and some of the monstrous plays that we saw, we have to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner. So thank you so much to Monster. But yes, I mean, we are seeing improvements upon improvements upon improvements coming through from these teams, and I mean, every day shaping out to be quite an exciting and informative day, right? We see so much more starting to come from the teams as these rhythms are really starting to come up. And as of course we speak about rhythms, right, we got to keep on with the flow. And seeing that we thanked one sponsor, we got to thank Oppo as well. So we have to say thank you there to Oppo and, well, Born to Win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. If you're curious as to what they look like, you can see them right over here. Go this way. I'm horrible with directions, but yes, they are right there. There we go. So that is going to be our Oppo Reno 7 series. But a very, very exciting play. I mean, next up, of course, as I mentioned before, we are going to be heading over on towards Miramar. So this could be the opportunity for teams that didn't have the greatest success on the first run to try and bring in those improvements. But speaking about improvements, right, looking back on Sanhok, we did see the players from Titan yesterday. I think they finished in I think it was 12th, 13th place, somewhere around that ballpark area where they participated. But this time around in today's Sanhok, they actually made quite a substantial improvement, and they actually made it in towards the top 3, if I'm not mistaken. And, here are some of the beautiful highlights from this insane Sanhok game.
And what a highlight to start off with. Remember this push coming through here from Whiskey. Absolutely beautiful reactions. And of course, the pressure was on Seoul to just keep that trifecta positioning in play. I mean, they were the first team to find themselves there. They had to fight their way out. Arab Golden, of course, also found themselves in that little bit of a pincer between Titan and Lag, who then pushed forward, and unfortunately they didn't quite make it out here. As you can see, the nades just flushing on through. But either way, some rotations coming out through from the rest of the teams, such as Seoul Esports, did land them a couple of those eliminations. We know they had to hold those trifectas. And beautiful fights back and forth between super young stars. I mean, having to run and gun like absolute mad lads, they really picked up some fantastic engagements.
Yeah, they definitely did, and I gotta love the celebration coming through there from Plaza. But I think that was quite a nice one to end off that match with. And of course, speaking about ending off the match, we are gonna be hopping into a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards with match number 3.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Cause we're better together, better as one, better together, better as one, better together, better as one, better together, better as one.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save.
Hello and welcome back. We're getting ready to roll into our third match right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season for 2022. Of course, this is day number 2. Now, that means next up, we're going to be heading straight over in towards Miramar, the lovely desert dunes, to see what the teams are going to be bringing in for their second visit. We know first match, 1 million stayed true to their guns from what we saw yesterday. They brought in an absolutely insane performance. They didn't get the winner chicken dinner. So there's quite a gain, right? I mean, that was an insane amount of eliminations that they brought in. Like, let me just double check my facts before I give wrong numbers
16
again.
eliminations,
16.
I believe.
Absolutely insane. Yes, 16 to come through. I mean, what a way! But also, we did see the players there from Slime ending up with a really fantastic finish over onto the Sanhok. I mean, I called it even before the match started. I'm just that good. And that was me done and dusted. I'm not going to do it again.
Come
because
on, I was getting ready to ask you predictions in Miramar.
no.
Why are
I
you cutting me
reserve
off like
those.
this?
It's only once. It's only once a season, right? That's it. I've done it now. It's
You
there.
can't. Nah. Okay, whatever. It's fine. You know, Slime 4KT coming through with that 24 points a game on Sanhok. Beautiful performance from them. And I feel like that's really going to match up when we take a look at the overall rankings at the end of the stream to see how they've closed that gap. Because what I want to see now is to then bring that momentum all the way to the next Miramar. Because, come on, we want to see some of that Miramar action.
Yeah, speaking about Miramar, right? It is right into the action, as you rightly said so. But this is going to be an opportunity for the teams looking to try and catch up with the point situation, right? As we know, coming into today, we had teams sitting at the lower end of the leaderboard in need of a few points, really having to try and make that push happen. And we do see a few of them in this lobby, right? We've got the players from Desert Flame, still in a position where they need to try in those pushes. There we have our standings at the time, our rankings. So as we can see, we got Team Myth, the players there from Desert Flame, and Legends of War really needing to try and rise to the occasion here. Team Myth at least making it into double-digit figures, right?
Yeah.
But we need to see Desert Flame. I mean, this is the map. It goes with their name. Desert Flame, Miramar. It's one and the same.
Absolutely. I mean, when I think about Miramar, that's the first team I think about other than 1 million. But also just huge shout out there to Slime 4KT. I just took a glance at those live rankings and to see them immediately jump to second overall, and they're not even playing this Miramar. Man, I'm going to have to wait till the next Miramar. Come on. Anyway, hopefully they're going to bring that momentum coming through. But beautiful flight path, as we can see, coming on through. Really, obviously, very eastern of the map. And the flight path just went, you know, the opposite way of the zone. So that's great. The teams are going to have to make quite a bit of a trip here, DK.
But what I'm liking about the zone is that it's centered up onto San Martin, right? And that is where Desert Flame likes to go. So maybe we could see a bit of a push coming through from that side, but we're not really seeing Desert Flame heading in that direction. Instead, they went down south. Okay.
Maybe looking for vehicles, you know, maybe jumping into a vehicle immediately,
I don't
then
know.
making their trip to San Martin. I don't know. Maybe they thought that because the zone was obviously so southeastern that, the flight path is so southeastern that the zone might follow in suit. But obviously it decided no, not
Yeah.
today.
Well, it is what it is, right? The teams will have an opportunity to get to wherever it is that they want to go in that zone by utilizing those vehicles. But of course, teams not having that luxury at this current point in time is going to be the players here from Triple Esports and the squad there from VST. Now getting ready for a bit of a gamble up in towards Picado. As you can see them in pretty close proximity to each other. But it does seem, at least for the time being, both teams are respecting the space and no one's really opting to show up too aggressively. But I kind of understand why, right? Because they're trying to get their loot. They want to make sure that they've got everything that they need, at least to get into some form of an altercation. But I'm pretty sure once either side feels confident with their setup, we could see a little bit of a change come through, right? We could see the teams then starting to move in. And of course, Zuxi does that right as I say it.
Yeah, the only thing I would be worried about here for Triple Esports is obviously both teams running that 2-2 split as they are both clearing, you know, their respective buildings. But in Triple Esports' situation, their secondary pair is a little bit further away, so they need to close that gap, which they hopefully are busy doing as we say that. And then just be in a better position to hopefully take the numbers game into play here. Take VST on with as much advantage as you possibly can here. And at the moment, VST, they're still keeping the high ground. They are looking out towards Triple Esports' direction, but they're not engaging, maybe throwing a couple of shots. They're not pushing into their advantage at the moment. They're looking to create one of their own. So again, just both teams regrouping. You can see giving that space and potentially even disengaging based on the vehicle play here from Triple Esports.
But I think this is a good decision being made by Triple, right? Rather opting for disengage instead of pushing in. Because as we can see at the top of the screen, and we just saw it there, the players from Triple Esports, they're currently situated up in 10th place. The squad coming through from VST, they're of course situated all the way up in 3rd place. So there's no apparent need really for either of these teams to get into early game altercations. Instead, focus on the positioning, get yourself better situated in a more favorable position in anticipation of those later rounds that are yet to come. And speaking about, a little bit more of a favorable position, we are seeing the players from Leaders Esports actually now bringing in that exact play, right? They are moving in towards that western side of the zone, and the entirety of the western edge of the zone, or the western half rather, is completely open for the taking.
Yeah, that shift that we were seeing from that southeastern flight path, obviously that is, translating into the team still moving up a little bit more to that northwestern portion of the zone. So still currently, I mean, it's up for grabs. Anyone, if they make that early push, they can still take a hold of El Pozo, Creative Fields. I mean, pretty much everywhere, even from Monte Nuevo all the way up to, the Paradise Isles. So plenty of opportunity here for the teams really to get themselves situated. Obviously, some trying to keep as close as possible to that central point, which is where Leaders currently find themselves in. So I don't think they're going to push off too far. They want to stay a little bit more towards center, because we know Miramar rotations, they can be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, they definitely could be quite a bit crazy. And then speaking about rotations, Triple Esports now getting caught out in their rotation, as we can see those shots connecting on through from VST. I'm loving the awareness being shown here by VST, as we can see Hainsley now getting right down to business, trying to bring in a few of those sprays, doing the due diligence, trying to create a bit of an opening here for Fivo and Abood now to just sneak themselves much, much closer, looking to leverage these plays. But I mean, if Hainsley goes on at this pace, there's no need even for the rest of the squad to rotate on up, as they are just ripping it on through. It is now down to Black and Reef to find that next rotation. But they need to be careful, because we've got the players there from Virtual Gaming not too far away. Up comes that quick sneak rush.
Ooh,
Oh, Triple just narrowly escaping it.
Again, I mean, we saw this insane energy coming through from VST, and I mean, they're just hitting the shots right now. I believe after that 1v2 that we saw from Zaxi coming through on Sanhok, I mean, absolutely, give the momentum to them. But of course, we do have Virtual Gaming just sneaking up here in the canyons, just looking for an opportunity potentially to jump on into the action. But so far, the teams, they're at least trying their luck, which I like. They're trying to push the envelope. They're trying to push the boundaries a little bit, get out of their comfort zones, and make sure they can take any and every opportunities available. So good energy that they're going to keep through, hopefully, to the rest of today, because definitely still massive opportunities to close the gap on the overall leaderboard.
Well, speaking about good energy, right, we are seeing that the players from Zero Tolerance and the Super Young Stars are all positioned up towards this northeastern corner, right, all the way towards Campo Militar. And actually we see Skydo and Vortex now just trying to move up alongside the rest of the team, taking that northern road to potentially maybe sneak up towards the northern edge of the next phase. And that could be quite an favorable position, actually, as we have Oasis all the way up north. But also we put the players there from One Round and Lag also situated within that area. So there could be a few altercations coming through on that side. But as we return back up in towards Picado, it's going to be Virtual Gaming now stepping up for their opportunity to have a bit of a go at the players here from VST.
Oh, Virtual Gaming just smelling blood in the canyons right now. It's a little sandy, but they're going to be finding one or two. And VST will have to, unfortunately, just fall back with only 3 members left to their roster as they move on through the rest of this Miramar map. And currently, I mean, in the matter of seconds, while everyone was doing their looting and making their rotations, we went from that southeastern band on the zone to nearly a perfect north to south just line down that zone as the teams have tried to center up around Hacienda del Patron, and even a little bit closer there towards Monte Nuevo, just towards the east of it, and making quite a crazy amount of space, at least for themselves, to get that hard cover.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be pretty crazy, especially space-wise, seeing that we are having a slight tad bit of a convergence of teams moving into center zone. But even all of those things considered, there's still quite a bit of space, even though you would say this is a Skittles pack, because it's just names all over the place in that center zone. But this next shift, I think, is going to be the decider as to who will be able to make it into those later few phases, as it takes a slight little bit of a swing over towards the western edge. But this could be the favorable play, especially now looking at Desert Flame, right? They've snuck in, gotten themselves positioned up into San Martin, and now they're on their home turf. Now they can look to kind of just utilize the vicinity, those buildings, the terrain, everything to their advantage, and just lay waste to anyone they can find.
I would definitely hope that they take that opportunity to lay waste, as you mentioned. You know, pick up some early eliminations, get yourself a good foundation moving forward, and then all you need to do is focus on placements, focus on those early rotations. As you said, home turf territory. They're familiar with their surroundings. They know their rotational pass into safety. So I really, really hope that this is an opportunity that they can take and make something of it. Obviously, that's going to depend on what the surrounding teams have to say about that, because everyone here absolutely competitive to the absolute T. So Triple Esports as well. I mean, the team unfortunately already down to 2. They have managed to get some of those consumables up. Still a little bit hurt, and injured as they're moving through Power Grid here. I don't know, where would you say they should potentially just jump into the action here? Because El Pozo is still pretty open.
Yeah, I definitely go for a little bit more of a western position, right? There's, as we can see on the map, there's still a lot of opportunities and a lot of, positions to be occupied. But it does seem like the teams are starting to migrate. And as we say that, we see quite a few teams actually opting right in that direction. But also who we see opting in a direction is going to be the players here from Desert Flame, pulling closer and closer on towards Leaders Esports. And this could be the one that we've been waiting for to come from Desert Flame.
Yeah, the rematch. I've been waiting for this since Sanhok. I mean, we already had, a little bit of back and forth. Leaders trying to take out Flacco, then they coming back and taking out Wasted, and maybe they'll move on forward into the action here. Super Young Stars, however, might have poked the bear of 1 million esports moving on through into the zone. And again, both of these teams outside of the zone, closer to Cruz del Fal, so they still have to make a rotation into zone.
Yeah, definitely need to try and get those rotations sorted. But for the time being, we are looking at a little bit of the ranged attacks coming through. 1 million trying to wrap around Venom instead of trying to get away from the action. It does seem like 1 million is trying to double up on what they had on our very first Miramar. It is going to be Venom to find the sprays. But now it is up to Murd to see whether or not they can hold on. The ranged assaults comes through here from Zeref. Ooh, takes a little bit of damage in response though. But they need to act quite swiftly, right? Blue Zone has already engulfed them, and now they need to find a way forward. Fortunately, it's only that second phase blue, so it's not going to be too devastating with regards to damage, but still not a position you want to get caught out in or linger in for too long.
No, absolutely. Move a little bit further through and hopefully get yourself into a fantastic, positional play. As you saw that coming through from Slime4 KC on Sanhok, that's really what gave them that opportunity to take the winner chicken dinner. But hey, 1 million, they're not brand new to the situation or this game whatsoever. So taking the rotations through to the zone, they're making good pace. And while they're at it, they're picking up a few eliminations. Now, this altercation between Desert Flame and Leaders Esports, I am just keeping my eyes peeled on that elimination feed to see if they're going to be taking each other on.
Well, they could be fielding those eliminations in the feed, right? I mean, let's go for that way around. But whichever way they look to play it, they need to be somewhat cautious because we got Soul and Myths right there alongside them into with San Martin. So they will have some limited options as to what it is that they could be looking to do. But that is going to be somewhat be put on the back seat for now, as we can see a mass migration of teams moving in, especially from the northern side. But Virtual Gaming, VST, and Triple Esports are going to be pushing in alongside that eastern edge. Titans also on the roll there. But Blackjack, again, going for a southern position within the zone. We saw a very similar kind of play coming through from Blackjack yesterday. But now we look to see whether or not they can actually bring in those additional improvements alongside that strategy.
And one of the few teams that didn't have to make any sort of shifts, I was going to say is Legend of War, but let's just take a look at one round right now, who unfortunately have found the wrong Desert Flame Esports. They let Leaders go and they found a few new victims. I mean, one round as well as Wave. I mean, they're happy to take a piece of anyone at this point.
Yeah, and that's the kind of mentality that you need to bring in, especially looking at the position that Desert Flame finds themselves on the overall rankings, right? There's no more opportunity for them to let anything pass them by. They need to grab it with everything they have And for the time being, it could result in a little bit of a canyon and altercation here between one round, as we see on the opposite end. But neither of these teams have been able to situate themselves in the zone, so they maybe should look to prioritize that to some extent. But of course, speaking about prioritizations, it is going to be Vortex to get traded down here by D3S. We did see D3S being super aggressive yesterday in the few fights we had on screen. But here we go now. D3S cooking up those utils, sending them out, trying to find the position up on towards Skydo, but a very isolated position. In fact, as we know, Rhino much further away. I'm not quite sure how much longer D3S is going to be able to uphold this assault against Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, I mean, immediately, as you said, that jumping into the vehicle and maybe just thinking about a little bit of an escape plan here, because the rest of the cavalry, very far off. Rhino not in a position really to assist D3S if they should get into some trouble here, so try and keep the numbers, never mind, no numbers for you. Leaders Esports are here to just make those vehicles explode. DK's favorite pastime.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do on my off days, right? Blow up vehicles in PUBG.
Okay, I was going to
add
say
that part in. Yes,
in
yes.
PUBG, yes.
Only
okay.
in PUBG. Only in
Ooh,
PUBG.
Okay,
I
had
mean,
me
in
stressing
real life,
there.
it's a bit of a different story there. It draws too much attention, but let's not expand on that too much. We do see, however, the players from Lag trying to pull up towards that western side, and they are being met by VST. It's Abud finding that knock straight on through. And I like this kind of play coming through there as the players from VST are just trying to find any opportunities. But again, looking at the zone shift, the players from Virtual pushing in from that southern side, Triple in a good situation in that zone itself. Myth on the roll. And then, of course, it is going to be this fight to continue between VSC and the players here from Lag. But both teams pretty well hidden with regards to the terrain here. And this is what allows for Kakao to actually just come sneaking in, pull in a quick rescue mission, and off they go flying up the mountain. But Desert Flame now starting to take aim onto Zero Tolerance all the way up in towards those northern positions. Lag also trying to still see if they can maybe get themselves out of the pressure, but is not looking too great as all the hopes and dreams now come down to Fantasy and Gaga, who are looking to piece this puzzle back together.
And for VST right now, I mean, it's a Brutus here, but Vivo not in a position to assist, so maybe having to look at that rotation here, even though they've done so much damage to Lag, so that could be why it's a Brutus just sticking around, doesn't really want to give this one up. They've got those knocks coming in, they just want to get those confirmations and make sure they get that foundation in terms of eliminations. As we can see, quite a few of the teams just lighting up the feed. I mean, we even had Leaders Esports jumping into the action to take out Zero Tolerance, and now Legends of War under siege here as Seoul Esports have moved on into their territory.
Yeah, ooh, here we go. Lashin now trying to swing through with a few there down onto a Soul. Oh, but down they go. The shots connect on through. And here's going to be Legends of War sent back. Up comes Soul though. 4 elimination strong. Quick res attempt is going to come through towards Hemo there. But Titans now looking to get themselves situated as they move through towards that southern edge. Soul right there alongside them. We could have a bit of a back and forth coming through between Titan and Soul. Who knows? Ooh, this is the opportunity. Omar gets traded on down as P6, lines it up, but also gets spotted. The shots connects as Weiss trying to bring in a little bit of retaliation, just trying to ward them off so they can pull that res on through. It is going to be Wave to be our next team back. And there we are, down to 12 teams as Lag also gets picked right on up. Not a single elimination to their name.
Oh, I mean, all of the teams that have dropped so far, unfortunately, have been extremely unlucky. Just bubbles to the scoreboard. A few of the other teams as well haven't quite, jumped into the aggression, but we're still a little bit in that early phase. The teams have only just spotted each other, and 1 million esports coming through from that southern side straight into Titan's position here as they are just beaming across the map right now, looking for any and every opportunity to pick up eliminations as 1 million focus on Blackjack here, and oh, no, in a matter of seconds, that will be it.
Yeah, I mean, Marshall Senkei, pretty aggressive. Again, already 6 eliminations locked in there for 1 million, but Desert Flame also sitting on 6. That's what we want to see. As you can see, the shots continue to come through. Desert Flame now really starting to feature in that feed. But looking at this current spread, still a very sparse position to be played here as the zone's going to be moving up once again. Where it will go, we don't know just yet, but it could be moving right towards Power Grid itself, centering up. Ooh, just on the offside moving on to that slight bit of a plateau. We can see just up ahead of Hemo here. And I think this is going to be quite the favorable finish for this phase to come on through as the teams now have the opportunity to find the amazing line of sights down onto each other.
And we mentioned, there's massive, massive pressure on Desert Flame Esports to pick up their, performance coming through onto Miramar. But, I mean, Team Myth, they're in exactly the same position in terms of points. They are just above Desert Flame Esports, so they also need to bring up their, opportunities here. And now being zone blessed, hopefully they can make use of this. Titan Esports, in the meantime, fighting for a position into the zone, and they have to take that fight right up against Seoul Esports, while VST get cornered and absolutely bombarded.
Yeah, it's a brute to be the last hopeful for VST there. Let's see whether or not they can keep the momentum going, as they are now going to get bombarded by Myth, by Titans, by Soul, by, I mean, who else, right? Everybody in the vicinity. But Myth being the more immediate threat here to them. Triple also now starting to take occupation of the compound situated towards that northern side. Again, a nice little bit of a vantage place that they can actually play from there. As we can see, Black just looking towards the edges there, seeing the players moving on forward. But Desert Flame now in an absolutely dangerous spot as they are getting caught by the leaders, rather. Wow, couldn't find the name. The leaders Esports moving in. Six quickly trying to get that res back onto towards Flacco. The mollies have been deployed. One round again, right there alongside them. But is this going to be a repeat from one round? As will they lock that winner chicken dinner in once more?
Oh, and I'm just looking at one round Esports. eFlex just building up a beautiful nade, sending it over to Desert Flame Esports, but just trimming for the time being. In the meanwhile, Leaders Esports also setting up a beautiful position. Actually, a fantastic, distraction for one round Esports. So hopefully Desert Flame can take this opportunity to get into a better position as they are currently sandwiched. The rest of the teams moving on into the center and just fighting for their positions here.
Oh, but up comes Leaders, almost riding up in single file, making it so comfortable for one round to just add into the carnage there. But Leaders starting to take the lead. As you can see, 8 eliminations secured to the name. Desert Flame still have a few players in contention here, as we can see Six and Flacco now trying to ride out these ridges, looking for the opportunity on towards one round. Oh, but Six gets traded down. Flacco now opting for a little bit more of an ambush approach here as they become one with the terrain. Waiting to see where one round is going to be running. But fortunately for Flacco, there's quite a few distractions to come on in. Oh, but he runs out of time. Picks up the trade and up comes the blue. Down he goes. Such an unfortunate turn of events, but what a great effort it was coming from Desert Flame. Leaders Esports are going to be lighting this lobby on fire. 12 eliminations to their name and several more players for them to take aim at.
I mean, honestly, the position they find themselves in now, taking out one round, they give themselves an opportunity to take some space, right? One round is out. That was their immediate threat in terms of, just the closest team that they could have had to worry about. So now they've got some time. They can relax. They can get themselves reset, re-looted, and set up for the rest of the teams, the other 6 squads in this zone that are looking to take this opportunity away from them. But massive, massive, just absolutely fantastic work coming through here from Leaders to pick up those eliminations. In the meantime, it's a boot somehow, some way, still alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a boot, right? That's it. That's the answer to your question. Whatever the question could have been, that would be the answer. It's a boot. But Myth now going to be trying to maybe just, lure them out somewhat. As we can see, Triple also just on the very edge there. Reef just hunkering down, going to bring in that extra little bit of survivability. But now it's going to be that rush blade to come on through. It is going to be 1 million feeling the pressure as Titans meets them out on the very edge. And with that, their fate is sealed. 1 million, though, picking up 10 eliminations before getting eliminated. Again, an absolutely insane performance coming through from 1 million.
The only team to really match the eliminations that Leaders are currently putting down. So just 2 all from being exact twinsies. But the rest of the teams, of course, moving on into the zone. I mean, I'm taking a look at Myth, still full numbers up in the action, as well as Seoul Esports. So, I mean, in terms of just absolute contention, those are the 2 teams that, Leaders Esports should be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, but looking at the sprays that we are having here, right? It is such an insane play coming through there from Soul. Just pinpoint accuracy on that vehicle. But now they need to showcase that going up against the players coming through from the side of Leader, right? Still a few squads actually locked in on pretty decent number here. I'm pretty sure Myth still has all their players up from what we can see. So that is going to cause for quite a bit of contention. So yes, 3 squads with full players. And then, of course, the lone survivor coming through there from Triple A is going to be 7 Reef. Now, looking to go and, you know, just play alongside these other 3 teams who outnumber them at this point in time. But as we know, we could still see a few of those surprise performances coming in. Soul sitting on 6. We do see the players there from Leaders on 12 eliminations. Myth only on 2. And Triple secured with 1. But that's all going to change as the teams now need to play out this final phase.
Of course, 7 Reef is just going to try and stay as quiet as possible. That zone, once again, giving a little bit of love to all of our full squad still up and at him, as Myth unfortunately lose 1 almost in a matter of seconds to Hemo coming through here. But still an opportunity for them to take it further. They still have a good footing into the zone. It's just Leaders Esports have been on such a teardown that I don't know if Seoul Esports are going to have the opportunity to focus on anything else right now.
I mean, still, right, it is a little bit of a hide-and-seek game at this point in time, as the zone has been decided, as we could see, of course, moving further down south, right? But now, everyone pretty much situated within the zone, but there's so many crevices for these teams to hide in that doesn't really change anything at this point in time. Soul going to be keeping it steady. We're going to see Myth keeping it steady. It's going to be Leaders Esports keeping it steady, but trying to get themselves set up in anticipation of any potential plays that could come through. Shadowin, meanwhile, will get traded there by Omar. And let's see where this one goes. 7 Reef still in play, as we can see them situated over on towards the positions back in. That power grid finds this cheeky nade to come in between, but that is going to be the opportunity for Morteza to jump and just lay in a little bit of that damage.
Oh, just unfortunately revealing your situation to the wrong team here, 7 Reef. And now Myth, of course, they have the same idea. But thankfully for 7 Reef, Hemo jumps into the absolute saving grace and gives them an opportunity to move on forward. Leaders Esports still picking up eliminations and dealing out some crazy damage here.
Ooh, look at that, though. 7 Reef not done just yet. Still going to be keeping it up. It is moment to get taken down as Wasted finds the angle. Down goes Shadowin. Soul now looking to push on forward. This is the opportunity to capitalize on the third parties. They find yet another knock as Wasted also goes down. Up comes the rush. It is up to Morteza and Gary Boy to keep up the defenses here for the Leaders Esports team. But it's going to be a full send coming through from Soul. Up they come rushing forward. Hemo gets down. Morteza the next one to fall. Rauf and White, the 2 contenders now on the side of Soul. They're going to be going toe-to-toe with Gary Boy. And Gary Boy trying to carry the team on through. And they succeed by picking up yet another knock. Weiss, the only player standing between them. And the hit comes through. It is going to be Weiss to lock it in. Leaders getting taken out with 14 eliminations on board. Myth, Soul, and... well, that's him, right? It's the only 2 teams left to fight it out. Oh, Weiss now quickly trying to patch up Hemo. But there's going to be the assault coming through from Momin. As you can see, Ramsey also moving in. It is going to be a 2v2 fight. Oh, Ramsey finds that nade. Weiss now on the defensive. Will he be trying to take the fight? He tries, but down they go. Myth secures the victory. And with that, it is an absolutely glorious finish. You can see 5 eliminations alongside their winner chicken dinner. What a play that was.
Myth just absolutely stealing it from the clutches there of Seoul Esports, who pushed forward to try and make sure they got rid of their biggest threat, which was, of course, the team right on your screens right now, Leaders Esports, who ran away with some fantastic eliminations there towards Miramar. And, oof, I mean, making it 1 up above 1 million, who have already started this week with some crazy, crazy numbers. That's already a statement to be made, but
yeah,
coming on through, nearly getting that winner chicken dinner. But I feel like those eliminations might have made it up for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty impressive showing coming through there once again. I mean, 1 round keeping it, they're trying to keep the contention there. 1 million trying and succeeding, like they just ran away with those eliminations. But I gotta agree, right? Leaders stepping up with a much needed increase in their performance. I really love to see them just step out. As we know, it is the former Team Umbra. I just want to say the name. I'm gonna say it every time I see the name. Just sneak it in there because I love saying Umbra. But yes, a really, really nice performance coming through there from Leaders. And I do believe that they're going to be quite satisfied with how this one turned out. Even themselves that 2nd place. But credit is due.
Absolutely. And the teams really did step up. I mean, the fact that we're talking about Leaders Esports as one of the teams in contention, and, you know, they at some point their level of competitiveness came into question, and we were like, okay, we need a little bit more. We need that performance to come through. And they came in with an absolute banger, managing to actually fight their way through in part of the zone. They had to fight tooth and nail for their position. And again, just I feel like if that last, fight with Seoul Esports just went slightly different way, if they didn't drop wasted at that moment in time and Seoul Esports didn't have that opportunity to push, maybe something would have ended up differently. But Seoul Esports, they were just hot on the trigger.
Yeah, and of course, Myth, our victors here, taking that winner chicken dinner, also finding a substantial amount of eliminations, right? We did see those 5 come through, but this is doing absolutely wonderful things for the overall stats coming through for Myth, right? Because Myth, moving into this match, they were sitting all the way in 18th place with 16 points to their name. Now, stepping up, locking in that winner chicken dinner, finding some much-needed placement points, but adding on top of that some good eliminations as well. It could be a little bit of an advance, just a little bit of a scoot up that leaderboard. And that is what we want to see. Teams consistently attempting and trying and succeeding to acquire those additional points to advance their positionings on the rankings. But of course, all that have been said, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys? Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa fall season for 2022. My name is DK, with me is Proxy, and if you're joining us, welcome back. We just got back from an absolutely exciting performance on our second Miramar for the day. That, of course, was match number 3. We are now prepping to move into our 4th match, which is going to be seeing the teams move all the way over on towards Erangel. And as we know, on Erangel, being match number 4, that means that Group B is going to be sitting out on this match. So that is 1 round, Solo Esports, TEAMLAG, and the players from VST Gaming. But is over on Miramar that we just witnessed, right? It was such a nice winner chicken dinner coming through there for the players from Team Myth. And of course, leaders also just stepping up 1 million, going crazy once again. What are we expecting moving into this next match as we take a quick look at the highlights from the past match?
Well, I do have to give a big focus, of course, to 1 Million Esports because they not only took one of our Erangels yesterday, but both of our Erangels. So curious to see what they're going to be bringing to the party. But of course, as you mentioned, 1 round coming through here did make quite a bit of a splash as well. The rest of the teams, Desert Flame Esports, snaking in the grasses, they also picked up some much needed eliminations. So curious to see if they can continue that performance coming through on towards Erangel. And for the rest of the teams pushing on through, Titan Gaming really had to put up a fight there towards 1 Million Esports, who just came in absolutely swinging.
Yeah, I mean, we did see poor old Reef there from Triple just trying to survive for as long as they possibly could. But, at the end of the day, the odds were stacked against them. The numbers also, and then unfortunately, right, they just fell down. But, good attempt, valiant effort being brought forth. And now the teams actually have the opportunity to showcase their talents as we return to the bread and butter. Wow, I shouldn't try and say those next to side by side. Yes, I was going to go for the bread and butter, right? But that doesn't make sense. So the bread and butter of PUBG, which is on Erangel. So it is going to be quite exciting to see how the teams now merging efforts from Sanhok and Miramar into Erangel. As we know, it is kind of the love child, right, of the two. If you combine those 2 maps, you end up with a lovely bit of Erangel action. And I want to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield once again.
Absolutely. And once again, placing a huge focus on towards 1 million. But of course, Leaders Esports matching, and not only matching, but actually overtaking 1 million Esports in terms of those eliminations that they brought on Miramar. So maybe this is the start to the Leaders' rise in, potentially overall rankings. But also, I mean, some shimmers of hope for some of the teams that have been so quiet up until this point. We can take a look at those match rankings just to remind ourselves about how that Miramar actually panned out. Because, again, Leaders Esports picking up 14 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely insane, right? So I think we get a little bit of a heads up as to who was the team with the most points because we saw their poster showing. I mean, so I'll just say that's what it was, right? So well done to Leaders, getting themselves the much deserved 24 points. But I mean, looking at the aggression though, right? 1 million on 10, Soul on 11, Leaders on 14. Some pretty impressive figures being shown here. But of course, Team Myth, right? Locking in that winner chicken dinner. But as we see, aside from chicken dinners, you have to hunker down on those eliminations as well. Because placement points are one thing, but eliminations are just the cherry on top. And sometimes even more so.
Oh, and then we saw quite a few unlucky teams not picking up some of those much needed points. So hopefully coming through into Erangel, we will be seeing a little bit of a resurgence. I'm still looking out for Legends of War. I want to see a bit more from them coming through.
Well, I mean, we're not going to have to wait all too long as we can see our flight path coming in all the way from Lipovka, making us way down towards Primorsk. So a rather centralized flight path, not smack dab center, but pretty close to that. So I believe the teams should be quite happy with their available options here. But we now need to wait and see where the teams are going to be looking to push down, whether or not they're going to be opting for the usual drop locations, or if they're going to be going for a few of those alt positions. But also then, I mean, I think this phase is going to be an interesting one as well, right? Because it could either be complementary to the flight path, or it could be just an absolute devastating zone coming through.
I'm just saying, it looks exactly like the Miramar we just got. So I am just keeping my eyes peeled on that northwestern part of the map and seeing if a zone just pops up there, because the teams might once again be into the traveling distances that they had to work with. So, I mean, it's not far off. It's a little bit still more western. So, I mean, Hospital, Georgia Pool. So I know 1 million are saying, yes, give us Georgia Pool. And a few of the other potential positions here for some of the teams to work with. It's not too bad, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. It is going to be favoring the teams, especially that like to play more towards that western edge, that like to start the game more towards that western edge. Now, Desert Flame comes to mind. We can see them already pushing into the Gatka region, which they do quite often. Zero Tolerance, no strangers really, taking a bit of a position towards that sunken city. We got the players there from Triple Esports, of course, going all the way in towards Primorsk. And that's actually quite a comfortable starting point, especially looking at this phase, because they can get themselves sorted out and then start worrying about prioritizing any kind of a rotation to get themselves moved further afield, right? But I'm going to be keeping my eyes on what's happening with the teams like Darkness, for instance, right? Darkness, as well as the players coming through from Desert Flame again, and then, of course, Legends of War. All three of these teams still sitting in a position where they could do with a few more points, and we have not really seen a runaway play, but we've been seeing those attempts, right? The teams are something's starting to happen. It just hasn't happened to the extent that we want to see it just yet.
Yeah, like we said, those glimmers of hope coming through from the teams. I mean, especially Desert Flame there towards Miramar, which, oh, you nearly made the drop. Okay, no, we got the window there, Storm. Nice. We saw those glimmers of hope coming through for Desert Flame towards Miramar, bringing in that performance that we would expect, at least starting to. For Legends of War, I feel like we found them in those final phases. They just weren't quite in a position to actually capitalize off of anything because they find themselves in a position between one or two teams. They get taken out, they get pincered, and unfortunately, they aren't in a position to pick up those eliminations. For Darkness, however, I feel like I want a little bit more from them. I feel like we obviously haven't had an opportunity to watch them too in too much detail, but I'd like to see how they handle this because they are towards that eastern part of the zone already, moving more center. So all three of those teams now within zone, they have an opportunity to set themselves up early.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, if we look at the rankings that we can see at the top of the screen, right, there is a slight pattern starting to happen between 5th and 6th place, right? There's a 29-point difference between 5th and 6th place. 6th and 7th, they on the same number, right? 54 points apiece. But from 6th place, moving further down that leaderboard, it's not too much of a challenge to jump with any of those teams to move themselves further up the overall standings. But they now need to try and utilize those opportunities because, as we know, right, yes, this is only the second day, but the closer we get to the end of the week, the more challenging it's going to become for any of these teams to change those positions. And we know those bonus points are currently at stake here, right? Teams are playing for the opportunity to gain at most 20 bonus points. And after this week, everything is reset. They keep the bonus points, but the scores get reset in totality.
So absolutely, they need to ensure that they're in that top 12 to make it to that Livik map on Sunday so that they can get those bonus points. So again, that consistent performance needs to come through here for the teams, or at least the teams that have started off with a fantastic start. The teams that didn't get that fantastic start, great. Well, let's start running through with some consistency or some blowaway performances to get you that head start and to get you in the running for that Livik bonus point potential, because bonus points into the finals, I mean, again, that's massive. I mean, just setting yourself up earlier above the rest, making sure that you've already got a head start, even just a bit of a safety net to hold you if not starting off with your best performance in the finals, which is going to be stressful. It's going to be absolutely crazy. So giving yourself every possible advantage, I think that's also just the theme of the season of PMPL Fall, and hopefully these teams will bring that through.
Yeah. I you're seeing is improvements, right? Slime sitting, as we could see there, in second position, just behind the players coming through from 1 million, and that is absolutely an insane play to be having here. But as we now look across the field, look across the board to see what the teams are going to be bringing forward as they look to rotate up, right? Triples still having their position up in towards Primorsk. No urgent need for them to move anywhere. They can still afford to be there. But we are seeing actually one of the players coming through there from the Legends of War, exploring their options a little bit more, with Flick and teammate rolling up relatively close to the players there coming through from Desert Flame. Not quite sure why the extensive scout. It is quite a reach away from where the rest of the team is, but maybe they're looking to find another potential rotation. And I mean, should they opt for a bit of a Western play, I can't really fault that because, again, we see that entire Western region being pretty much open for the taking.
Absolutely, because 1 million, I mean, one of the teams we would normally see in Georgia pool, all the way up there towards Kameshki because of that zone that we had popped. They rather opted for, getting the boots on the ground as soon as absolutely possible. So with that western part of the zone still up for the grabs, I'm hoping some of the teams are going to take advantage of, at least Gatka, Hospital even, just to get that loot up and going. And here for some of the teams making those later rotations, such as Mad Knight, Virtual Gaming, I don't think they're going to have too much trouble. It's only really that Virtual Gaming to Slime 4KT battle that's giving me a little bit of worry there towards the northeastern part of the zone. And you can see even Desert Flame, they just saw leaders run past them.
Yeah, they did see them run past them, and they did not react, right? Instead, they're just going to be looking on as the players are rolling on by them. But, I mean, that's a good rotation coming through from leaders, though. Just getting themselves situated a little bit closer towards that zone. So, they could be smiling quite a bit on that front, moving into those later stages, as we are yet to see where the zone will be going. But an interesting development we see here is that Skydo is pretty isolated from the rest of the team, right? Quite a distance away. The rest of the squad, meanwhile, will be all the way down towards that ruins positioning. So I'm not quite sure what the point of this is, because we don't really see Skydo in a vehicle, but they are gathering information, right? They are looking at the players here from the super young stars rolling by them, and this could lead to a potential setup coming through from the rest of the squad.
Yeah, so I mean, Zero Tolerance right now running like a 1-2-1 setup, getting some scouting information, as you mentioned, Skydo laying low, making sure that they get as much information as they possibly can without putting themselves in a bit of a disadvantage here. But of course, now Mad Knight pulling up here towards Darkness, just spotting it out and being like, okay, maybe we don't yet want to be taking that engagement, which I prefer at this point in time. Let's keep the numbers as much as possible, especially with that new zone coming on through. You don't want to get just too comfortable just yet. Make sure that you're going to be in a comfortable position to get those rotates on as quickly as possible. As you can see, those western parts of the zone still pretty open, still pretty up for grabs at any moment in time as the teams center up. And okay, so the zone shifting a little bit more to that southeastern position right now, DK. So we're focusing on those Pachinkis. And of course, I mean, unfortunately for Arab Golden, if they wanted to stay on Military Island, they could have stayed, but it's rather better that they got onto the main island sooner than later.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see no team really going for that southern position, but that is going to result in a very, very contentious play, especially looking at that coastal region where we have Titans moving forward. But of course, towards that southern side, it is going to be the super young stars and Zero Tolerance now. Ooh, exchanging a few hits back and forth. Up comes an absolutely insane rush through now from the super young stars, but they are greeted in pretty decent engagements there from the players of Zero Tolerance. Unfortunately for Zero Tolerance, they've now lost one of their players. Fortunately, the rest of the crew is positioned elsewhere, and they could look to continue the engagements here, but it is going to be the Super Young Stars now having to get themselves all patched up before the hits connect on through coming in from 1 million.
Oh, and what a fight to take 1 million. We've seen what they can do with their firepower in recent days. And of course, as we know, one of the teams to watch, because so far they have the record in PMPL for Erangel maps. They have all of the winner chicken dinners. So I'm curious to see if they're going for, a third Erangel win in a row, potentially.
I mean, they could be looking to triple down on that one, and now there's going to be a little bit of a push coming through from Lazy Boy. Senke keeping a very watchful position here, but up comes the rush. Lazy Boy now quickly just making sure that they use as little effort as possible to get that elimination secured. And now that results in Nossa and Mord now having to move and get themselves resituated. But I mean, it's about time, because the zone has moved south. And speaking about that, we do see the players here from Zero Tolerance now also feeling the pressure as they are getting caught out by Virtual Gaming moving in. That first confirmation has been found. Lord will get sent away. And Zero Tolerance now reduced down to only one remaining player. Not quite sure how this is going to pan out for the remainder of Zero Tolerance's game, but it's definitely going to change up the strategy.
I mean, looking at this point in time, Zero Tolerance, Skydo, of course, also making that rotation quite late, getting into the action. Going to be very interesting. Virtual Gaming as well, just on the outskirts, setting themselves up as Wave sort of surrounds them in a 2-2 split. So curious to see what happens with that one. Triple Esports, on the other hand, This time, obviously, not 7 Reef to his lonesome. They are still surrounded by their teammates, and hopefully they will be able to keep them around as Arab Golden have moved on a little bit close towards their territory. Interested to see if Arab are actually going to be going for this one, or if they're just going to be letting it slide. Keeping the information, but not jumping at the opportunity just yet.
I mean, if they choose to just remain there and just gather the information and not act at this point, I think that could be quite a respectable play to be taking at this point in time. It's all going to come down to what Triple Esports is going to be doing with their position, whether or not they're going to be looking to rush in on them or maybe just keep their distance. But speaking about keeping their distance, that is not the case looking at the players here from Wave and Virtual, as we did have that first knock come through on towards Baruti, but up comes a sneaky angle here from One Shot, trying to see if they can leverage the surprise element to find a few of those trades in towards Wave. Wave actually been showing some pretty good consistency, if I'm being honest here, right? I mean, not having insane luck so far, but they've been relatively decent. I mean, they've got a really good balance with regards to placement points and the amount of eliminations they've been able to find so far.
And I mean, we've at least been able to see them in these later phases of the zone, just jumping into the action and making sure that they're still in contention. And with nades, I was going to say, with nades like that, they might be looking at taking virtual gaming, but they immediately get a return on their investment, and not the one that they were looking for here. But Sakura running through, taking out One Shot. Now virtual gaming under a bit of pressure here, as Zeus and Yafoz, they are down as the last remaining hopefuls here for virtual gaming to keep them in this.
Oh, but whichever way they look to take this, right, they need to take into consideration that blue zone is going to start closing up in the next few moments. But up comes the rush, though. The shots connecting on through, and there's going to be a beautiful play coming in there from 1 million once again. Virtual Gaming on the responsive here. It is going to be their fours now, trying to put up the defensive possession. We have Wave right alongside them. Super Young Stars rushing in from the north as well. And this is now turning into a square of despair as the teams are going to be looking to fight it out. Wave still holding out of this position just yet. They are the team that is closest to that zone. So they need to decide how they're going to be looking to play this one out. Meanwhile, as we look down towards that southern edge, we can see the teams now starting to just converge on this coastal region. We got Arab Golden looking to get themselves set up on this most western side, but they still have to deal with the players coming through there from Legends of War. And speaking of dealing with things, right, it's going to be the players from Leaders Esports and Desert Flame going toe-to-toe just on the outskirts here of Pachinki. Neither of these teams have had that anchor point set up into the zone itself. So it's going to be an absolutely essential engagement, especially looking at the players here from Desert Flame. They need to find these points.
I'm not sure if Desert Flame and Leaders Esports maybe played too many scrims together, but this is the third map in a row that they keep finding each other. How are they making this happen? Either way, Desert Flame Esports now are happy to turn their attention to any team at this point in time to pick up some of those eliminations. Flacco still in the thick of it, being one of the closest here towards Leaders, who have just recovered their losses, got everyone rezzed up and healed up, and now are looking to rotate on out, as Wave also makes their rotation through. Buden, though, caught out there by Shadowin. Just a pixel around the ridgeline.
Oh, I mean, that is so unfortunate. But at least, the birthday boy will be able to survive it, right? They've got the teams right there alongside them, so they should be okay. But what I'm worried about is going to be the players here from 1 million rolling in as well. That could be spelling quite a bit of a disastrous position, as we can see Senke now having that nade cooked up, tries to send it over in the direction of Flacco. It finds the point. The birthday boy will not get anything other than a few candles that get snuffed out as they get taken on down. And up comes the rush now on towards Sex, who also falls. And all the hope now turns over towards DWAS, who needs to keep the pressure on if they are looking to be in contention. But I mean, 1 million, right? A very unsurprising showing of aggression coming from them here. And of course, Venom is going to be the final hopeful. But it doesn't seem like, well, I don't want to jinx it, but, with one player left for 1 million, I don't know if the chicken dinner is on the board.
Yeah, Triple Esports just stepped in the nick of time there to actually give Desert Flame some sort of a spacing. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. They do get eliminated out as the 14th team, but because of that 1 million now resulted in one player left alive. Slime 4KT, of course, bringing in some of that aggression, hopefully, towards Blackjack Esports here. Unfortunately, at their response. Now, Phoenix has to be the first one here for the response here. As the push just comes on through, DBS action right to the face.
Oh, but look at that. Gal now driving it in, picking up the first one onto its Phoenix. Now going to be trying to find Zane as well. Ends out the utilities. But let's see if that is going to be one for them. Up comes the push. Now the damage is secured, and that is going to be Zane down for the count. 2 players now left for the side there of Blackjack. It is going to be Krona right on the very edge. Now making a mad dash alongside MG, looking to get themselves situated. But Titan, part of the welcoming committee on the very edge of zone. Puncher taking aim, comes in with a spray with the M4, trying to lead those shots, making a little bit of a connection, but not sufficiently so to exploit that vehicle and put a stop to the rotation coming through from Blackjack. They will, of course, be presented with yet another opportunity, and that is going to come in the form of Slime for KT. Now having to relocate, but up comes Darkness and Mad Knight going toe-to-toe for a bit of a fight to see who will be able to walk away with a controlling position in these compounds. It is going to be the Beast to pick up that confirmation there. Super Young Stars getting eliminated. Mad Knight still looking pretty contentious here, but up comes Zilal. Let's see where this one's going to go. The final hope. Is this going to be on the books for Darkness? The nade is out. Oh, finds a little bit of damage on Amowin, but not sufficiently so.
Oh, this is a situation now. Darkness just hoping and praying that something could have happened here, but Tyson is going to find that final nail in the coffin of Darkness as they get sent back to the lobby. And we're down to our top 10 teams here who have made a very good push for that zone. It's only Slime for KT who are the last team to really get their foot into that zone, as of course Titans have that ridgeline hold that they're just keeping for now, but a quick dash into zone and they should be set as well. The rest of the teams also just need to focus on, okay, well, who's their next opponent? I mean, for Wave, if they can take out Virtual Gaming, who is 2 spots ahead of them, that's an opportunity for them to not only close that gap, but potentially overtake them on that leaderboard and get even higher up and in better standings for that Livik bonus point map.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be in the top 12 to reach that point. So we'll see how this one plays out. But I mean, surprising position coming through there from the Arab Golden, right? You can see them just holding strong over on towards that western side. Since they've rotated in, they haven't really moved up. But now we see that it is going to be Sin and their teammate now starting to just push up a little bit more towards that eastern side. Just trying to get themselves potentially just positioned alongside the players there from Triple Esport, as the zone now centers up beautifully onto Triple, as well as the players from Leaders. And this could be now their moment to shine, their moment to just capitalize on these positionings and just hone it in. Of course, Myth also in a very interesting spot, not exactly in zone, but super, super close to it.
Absolutely, and Arab Golden, hopefully they are smelling opportunity lying in wait, because they definitely could use a good boost in their overall rankings here, and that could come in the form of Erangel. But as we take a look at this, of course, Titan, with that ridgeline play, did mean that they're quite exposed, so trying to make that dash for safety is going to mean that Sykes is going to be taken out almost immediately, thanks to some beautiful shooting coming through here from Amowin. And now, of course, Wave holding down the ridgeline, and how the turns have tabled.
Yes, the turns have definitely tabled, as we can see the teams now looking to push through. Look at Tyson packing a punch as they connect the shots up onto with Slime. Positioned off in the distance, up comes a quick little mad dash coming in from them as they rush towards the zone. They are making a play, but they're pulling in right alongside the players there from Myth, so it could be quite devastating. But speaking about devastation, it is going to be Blackjack being laid to rest as they now get taken out. And down to our final 9 teams we go. Titan still looking to find a good entry point to make. A little bit of a spread out position coming through there from the side of Titan, but Slime now going to be moving right in the crosshairs ahead of the players from Myth. Potentially opting for a bit of that ridge line positioning, but not really succeeding in putting all the way to that exact position.
No, absolutely. And taking a look at this now, Myth, unfortunately, going to have to leave Broly to just stay in the dust for the time being, who was their scout into that zone. So the rest of the teams making their own push as well. We can see quite a few more joining the party, such as Mad Knight, who have to fight their way through potentially Slime 4KT, and Myth up ahead trying to recover at least their losses for the time being. They don't want to let go of their numbers just yet, because they're going to need it for this final battle. Oh, and potentially even picking up Slime 4KT. Anything at this point in time will give them some sort of an advantage moving into this final zone.
And they got to try and capitalize on every advantage they can find. But look at this now. It's going to be a moment trying to find a bit of a spray there on towards Virtual Gaming, as we do have your fours now just flying through the masses. But unfortunately, they meet their end as Rhino comes through with a quick little bit of a how do you do. Down they go, down to the final 6 teams. We are Titans. And also bidding their goodbyes. But here we have it. Moment still trying to play all the way from the compound, but they have no other option other than to rotate forward. Wave in a very exposed position and not yet finding a secure position, moving into the zone. Not a lot of options really here for them to try and leverage as we are looking at that next shift moving up in favor of Team Myth, and this is quite the turnaround. As you can see, Myth now just capitalizing on it. It's still Slime trying to buy their way on in. Oh, here we go. A little bit of spray. Plaza finds the necessary connections, but not sufficiently so. Ramsey's still in play.
Oh, and in the meanwhile, Wave sending out some fantastic nades. Pronto and Storm are down and out, and hopefully they'll be able to get those recoveries coming on through. And you can see just sneaking on forward, just punting those nades, hoping for those connections. And all of a sudden, Slime 4KT have had the tables turned on them, and the turns have tabled again. So now Wave Esports are looking to not only topple Virtual Gaming, who have been taken out, but potentially Slime 4KT and close that gap.
Oh, let's see who will be closing which gaps, when, where, and why. But up comes Rhino now, just ahead of Plaza. Locks it in, finds a good amount of damage. But again, right, Rhino just ducking out in the nick of time. Up comes Utilities, not really finding the point, but that one does, as it gets sent all the way through there from Kao. And now Zakaria, the final hopeful, could be meeting yet another nade. Finds a little bit of damage coming in once again. But Slime looking absolutely amazing right here, right? They have already had quite a few knocks come in their direction, but somehow they managed to survive, and they just sneak their way on forward, looking for these angles. Wave could be making a bit of a bounce. Oopsie. There we go. Zakaria getting bounced right back into the lobby, and now Slime can turn their attention back to the rest of the lobby, looking to try and close out the zone. We did see the players there from Triple now also just getting absolutely obliterated, but Myth coming with 4 players all the way to this stage of the game, now losing moment as they get knocked down. Ramsey, fortunately there to lend a bit of a helping hand, but also then gets knocked right on down by Morteza.
Oh, and Arab Gold and Esports, they can just relax and watch all of this unfold right up ahead of them, as they have the highest number count moving into this final top 4 and potentially maybe take this even a little bit further. Leaders Esports now making their moves on towards Myths and potentially an opportunity to take them out here.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. It is going to be now up to leaders rather, to move on through, inching their way up towards the very, very western side of the zone, asserting and spreading themselves out alongside Myth. As you can see, a very steady waiting game coming through here from Morteza, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. It is going to be up to Faroli, just trying to play it as quietly as they can. But here we go, Morteza waiting with the DP28 in hand. And once they let loose, there's not going to be much to stop that. But Arab Golden holding a beautiful angle here. Still 4 players strong. And that could be what's required to secure a winner chicken dinner. But it's going to be worth a lot of a fight. Quite a big fight, in fact. But Arab Golden already 8 eliminations strong. So I wouldn't be surprised as if they actually were able to pull it off. They've got the elevated position as well.
Yeah, the only one that I'd be worried about right now, or potentially a thorn in their side, might be Wasted, who's busy sneaking up on that ridge line as they inch closer and closer here towards the zone, who's now blessed Team Myths, and with these nades coming on through, that might mean the end here for Morteza, depending on how this connection might come through. But push on comes through, and hopefully that comes the trigger here for Myth.
Oh, wow. Morteza not even taking a single drop of damage in that altercation. Absolutely insane. But now there's going to be that rush. It's going to be Arab Golden and Slime going toe-to-toe. Up comes Scout with that DBS. Trying to find the hits. Connects them up. Off they go. And, of course, the utilities coming out as well. Let's see where Slime's going to end up in this one. But Arab Golden putting up quite the fight.
Oh, they're coming on through already with 8 eliminations, and they've been handling themselves pretty well, and that nade onto Pronto is going to mean that they have so much more opportunity. They just have to look for the DBS master himself running through the grasses, looking for an opportunity, an angle to get into the fight here.
Oh, but up comes the sprays. There's going to be Gal. Oh, down he goes. It is going to be Arab Golden Esports to take down Slime 4KT, and now the fight will be between leaders Esports and Arab Golden, looking to ride it out. Both teams pretty much on 2 players. Ban is going to be down for the time being. Pretty sure Arab Golden is going to be looking to bring their player back into the fight. But now it's going to be that final snake down, that final showdown, as both these teams are really going to smile at any of the opportunities here to lock in those additional points. Coming with the winner chicken dinner. Look at that. Morteza pops it out with a Mark 14, just letting that spray rip, connecting on in. It is going to be up to Sin now to see whether or not they can keep this contention going. A little bit of a scatter play coming in, but here we have it. Morteza sends out the molly. Will that be the one to lock it in? No. It is going to be Wiz to get taken down by the blue. Oh, out comes the nade. That's the one. Leaders, Esports secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. Absolutely insane performance, and they do so in somewhat of a fashion, right? Coming in with those 7 eliminations to their name.
I mean, similar fashion to what we saw coming through on Miramar. Fantastic elimination points. But now, finally, they get that extra on top. They get that winner chicken dinner to add on to their placement points tally. And hopefully that's going to carry them through quite significantly, because they've already picked up such huge pacing today. They had that one fantastic game yesterday, and now they've replicated it twice today.
Yeah, absolutely insane play coming through there. I mean, I'm curious to see what leaders is going to be having in store for us, right? As we move into our last match of the day, which is going to be over on towards Miramar once again. But what a great improvement and showing of consistency that is, right? Leaders really starting to build up that momentum. And I got to say, I'm absolutely loving it, right? Once these teams build up momentum, they become so difficult to stop. So it is going to be exciting to see what the teams will bring in our final match. And of course, speaking of the final match, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back afterwards.
Take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way? You'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season for 2022. We've seen an absolutely exciting day. And of course, leaders Esports stepping up to the challenge once again over on Erangel. Quite a very satisfying performance coming through. But of course, speaking about satisfaction, right? We have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. I don't know what that segue was, but you know what, it works as. I mean,
Yeah, it's delicious. It's
some pretty monstrous plays coming through today. Yeah, I think I maybe need one.
Yeah, maybe me even, maybe, we'll see. But coming through into today's games, it's been so good to see these teams step up, and we can take a look at those match rankings to see how far exactly Leaders Esports managed to step up, coming through on Erangel and actually toppling the current Erangel leaders, which is 1 million esports. So absolutely fantastic work from them. 22 points overall, and Arab Golden Esports not far off, because they really were looking at some point like the absolute, best teams in the best possible situation, but still managing to pick up 9 eliminations. Second only to Slime 4KT with those double digits.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking absolutely beautiful. I mean, 3 teams sitting on 20 points apiece. That is what we like to see. It's pretty great. But of course, Myth putting in a very valiant effort there, as we saw them sitting in that 4th place with 11 points. 1 million this time around, as you said, right? Getting dethroned from Erangel. Not really hitting that turkey. They did have 2 chickens, but they couldn't make it a turkey. So they will settle for 9th, right? At least finding 6 elimination points. Which is relatively decent. I mean, it's not like they really need the points at this point, because they've already broken into the century.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what are you going to expect from a team like 1 million esports? But again, it is an opportunity for any and other team to at least close the gap to some regard, especially, I mean, in that situation for Wave Esports, with virtual gaming going out with only 4 eliminations. That does mean esports had an opportunity to somewhat close that gap. So I'm going to be very curious to see what those overall rankings are going to be looking like. But as we head into our last Miramar of the day, again, very curious to see if we're going to see maybe a better resurgence from a team like Desert Flame Esports.
Well, we don't know yet, right? Because as we know, looking back at yesterday, right? 1 million got the chicken dinner on the first match, chicken on the dinner on the last match, right? They got the chicken dinner coming through again. Now, what's gonna happen in the last one? Is someone gonna try and stop these guys? Because I mean, this is not all too surprising, because we know last season the players from 1 million, when they were called Cryptics, right, they ended on 581 points, the highest placing team within the league stage of the PMPL. But this time around, we are seeing a few other teams that show potential to bring a bit of a stop to that, right? Wave, they've been trying to shake things up a little bit. They have been succeeding to some extent. But we are going to be looking to see just how far the teams will look to push these plays, right? Desert Flame, they've been trying to step it up in this last match, but as we saw, they also just got caught out a little bit in a very unfortunate kind of turn of events there. But I mean, we saw so much action coming from the teams through the entire Erangel match, actually.
Absolutely. And I mean, new names that we haven't been able to actually talk about today. As we mentioned, Wave Esports staying consistent and actually having a really good opportunity. Arab Golden, hello, stepping up massively, coming through in that 2nd place. And we haven't really had an opportunity to see a lot from them. We've seen a few engagements, but now coming through in 2nd, huge opportunities. And I want to see more from that coming through to Miramar, because again, consistency. This is the theme, and hopefully these teams are going to step up to that challenge.
Yeah, they definitely need to step up to that challenge. And before we get into our final match of the day, we of course need to, well, give a big shout out to Oppo. So with Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. Yes, it is the phones that Ez was pointing out, because I am horrible with directions. I don't even know which way to point. And oh wait, oh yeah, there we go, that one. No, see, I'm getting it wrong, but whatever. That's why I've got an Ez next to me to help me to point out things, because, well, yes, she's much better at that than I am. But of course, speaking of which, we are getting closer and closer to see what the teams are going to be bringing in once we return for our final showing in the desert once again, right? But I'm quite excited to see what this one will have, because looking at the second Erangel visit we had, second Miramar rather visit that we had, we did see the players step up and just bring it through once again. Leaders finishing really strong with those points, 24 points. Yes, they took 3rd place overall, but still sitting at the top of the log with 24 points. Seoul Esports also shaking it up with those 11 eliminations in 2nd place. And then, of course, both those teams just placed a slight tad bit ahead of Myth East, took the winner chicken dinner. So we've had several teams stepping in, gaining those winner chicken dinners. I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to do it for our final match of the day, as we come in with a slight bit of a change to that flight path, right? This time, we're going to be starting down on the southern edge.
A little bit more central than that crazy south or east to south, flight path that we had earlier, and even towards Erangel. So interested to see how that zone is going to complement this flight path and how the teams are going to react in terms of the overall drop sites. I feel like the teams have been pretty active in terms of trying to keep those drop sites as dynamic as they possibly can, depending on the circumstances, of course. Coming through to this one, definitely going to be keeping an eye out on, of course, teams like, I would say, Slime for KT as well. They started off with some good, aggression towards the beginning of the day, and I want to see a little bit more from them. Just jump into the action a bit more and hopefully convert that into some fantastic placements.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them to try and bring that in with the Southern Zone coming through. Oh, I'm liking this one. I mean, this is going to be a very, very tough zone, especially seeing that we've got so many teams prioritizing the more northern positions as they look to get themselves situated. But of course, we have Soul, we've got Blackjack, we've got the players coming through from Darkness, as well as Legends of War, all dropping in and around that last Leones region. So I'm thinking that they are going to be off to a good start, right? Not having to rotate too far. Instead, they can look to kind of disperse themselves a little bit more around the city of Los Leones.
Absolutely. And Blackjack. Okay, so Legends of War. I've just had a question mark about them the entire day. They keep dropping off a little bit sooner than what I would like them, and already now starting with one player down, similar to Slime for KT. So unfortunately now what we can see here, this lone wolf from Legends of War in amongst, the hunters that are Blackjack Esports. Hopefully they will be able to stay alive. Powerboy, all eyes on you to see if you'll be able to get out of this.
Oh, yes, indeed. All eyes will be on, but I'm liking this position coming through from Blackjack, right? It's not too often that they actually meet a lot of opposition in Los Leones itself. So it's good to see the moment that there is someone that they are really quick to react, looking to move in. They are starting to swarm like you would see with ants, for instance, right? The Power Boy is going to be put to the test in this one, looking to see if they can hold their own while facing the full onslaught of the Blackjack team moving in. Of course, stepping up with a quick few hits. They're finding somewhat of a trade, but not enough. But up comes the hits, though. Down they go. Quick reactions coming through as Coronal now steps up just to lock in the confirmation. Unfortunately, Blackjack still have all their players up.
I feel like that could have turned any other way. Powerboy just needed those last final hits onto Zane. That could have been 2 down and potentially the 3rd as well. But unfortunately, the rest of the team of Legends of War not going to be in any sort of position to get those trades. They will unfortunately just have to let Powerboy sit and spectate and hopefully give a few words of some wisdom as we move on into the rest of this Miramar map. So the rest of Legends of War still nicely centered in zone, as well as Blackjack, obviously, as we just saw, and Soul Esports, who also have already started with that elimination, who I can only assume was against Slime for KT. So maybe this could be the rise of Soul Esports once again.
It could definitely be, right? It could be so many things that happen right here. But one thing that I'm looking at in particular at this point in time, aside from Soul and the players here from Leaders of War, right, is going to be the potential play to happen up in towards El Pozo with Lag and 1 million. They are very, very close to each other. So we could see a bit of an exchange coming through on that front. But for the time being, we'll have to focus right here on Soul and the players from Leaders of War. And maybe this could be that opportunity now for Leaders of War to bring in a bit of a change. Currently, we see them not looking too fantastic, if I'm being honest, right? We can see up on the leaderboard on the top of the screen there. Once we get into the next one, we'll show it right there. They are currently sitting on 7 points. Well, they've played 7 matches. They've only got 4 points to their name. They need points, at this point, any way that they can find them will work.
Any which way, just give us something, some elimination, a placement here or there. It's a big oof at this point in time for Legends of War, but it is still only the 2nd day. Hopefully, they will be able to shake it off coming through on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as they move on through closer and closer to that bonus point week. At this point in time, because the teams have already made such a massive, massive jump with some of those games, I don't know how possible it is for them to catch up unless, of course, they do something crazy, as we've seen teams do in the past before. But Hemo has definitely sniffed out something here in the sandy dunes of Miramar and looking towards, at this point in time, Lashin. Not that they know who it is, but Lashin definitely in a spot of trouble as the rest of Seoul Esports are moving in for that pincer.
Yeah. Well, let's see whether or not it is going to be Lashin now looking to push it through, or are they just going to try and flick them off, right? It could be either which way, as Rauf is looking to push forward. We've got Heba on the high ground. I'm loving this wraparound approach coming through here from Soul as they now take aim. Looking to kind of just close it up, and it is going to be flicked to get taken down. Now, it is up to Lashin to see where they can move to, but I'm liking the strategy from Soul, right? Two players to flush them out, two other players up top, looking to close them off. Gotta love it. So far, it has been working, at least with that first few altercations they found themselves in. But they're yet to find the final play here for Legends of War.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen this strat being used, or stratagem being used for quite a few of the teams, just having at least one or two players out for either the quick escape or the backup when they need it. Now, but of course, Seoul Esports just a matter of time. I was going to say until they flush out Lashin, but what a surprise. Shoddy right to the face there. And now looking for a little bit more as Lashin goes down the stairs and is going to be in for quite a bit of a surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care who you are, right? You cannot stop a Shoddy. Once that thing starts going, it's so difficult to get it to stop. I mean, it's so satisfying to see those shots just being played out so well. But Lashin now going to be just regrouping a little bit further up, just making sure that it is going to be a challenge for Soul to actually catch up with them. Let's see for how much longer they can actually keep up these pressures.
Yeah, I mean, just running up the stairs, trying to, keep that distance, as you mentioned. And I mean, to work with a Shoddy up against Seoul Esports, who are just punneling those nades in and trying to flush Lashin out. And a little bit of spot of trouble as those nades connect. But I mean, the numbers advantages should be there for Seoul Esports. Lashin just not going down without a fight. And honestly, just giving it up to Lashin right now for staying alive as long as they have. And as they round the corner, they will get that confirmation. Unfortunately, it is a matter of time. You're up in a 1v4. Only so much that your Shoddy can do.
Yeah, I mean, but you gotta respect the hustle there, right?
Oh, yes.
Lashin, I mean, not backing out of that fight, just keeping it up all the way to the very finish. It ain't over until it's over. So a lot of respect going out there to Lashin. You get my vote. Vote for what? I don't know, but you have it, right? You've got my vote. Speaking of that, though, we have Mad Knight and Leaders getting into a little bit of a back and forth right here. We got the beach, the beast. Wow, there we go. Perched up high. We got Kingerman right here on the side, trying to apply the pressure now down onto its Carry Boy and Wasted. But with Shadowin, going to be trying to bring in a little bit of a supportive position there alongside Morteza, I believe. Yes, it is Morteza off in the distance. So nice little bit of a triangle play coming through here from Leaders. But, still trying to find that reach down in towards Mad Knight.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're a little bit far off from the coastline there, DK, so I don't know why you're bringing in some beaches right now, but it's okay. We'll talk about it later. The zone has shifted towards that southeastern side, so quite a bit of that waterway is included, but for Leaders at this point in time, obviously keeping their eyes peeled here towards Mad Knight. As rotations move on through, we do see quite a few stragglers out in the blue zone, taking a lot of a wider rotation, trying to avoid as many of those teams as possible. And again, that zone just favoring the teams such as Darkness, Myth, Soul Esports, Blackjack. Once again, they find themselves in some fantastic positions.
Yeah, and those fantastic positions now need to be capitalized upon, as we are going to be looking to see where the next zone shift will be taking us as the timer has run out. Ooh. Yeah, I was talking about the beach, like you said, right? And the zone is still inclusive, as you said as well. But there's still water in, right? There's a lot of sand and sun. We got some flames. We got shots. I mean, what more do you want? It's all action all over the place. And the teams now need to try and kind of sort out their positions. But at least now for the time being, Mad Knight, Leaders Esports, not in too much of a worrying position where they really need to focus on repositioning. Instead, they can actually remain where they are right now and just look to bring in some form of fortification. Or at least speaking of Mad Knight, right? Leaders, that's really exposed at this point in time. then they're probably going to opt to get a bit of an improved position.
Thankfully, they do just make the cut for that zone safety, so they're not in too much of a rush just yet, but absolutely very exposed, especially with the team still moving on through. I mean, Triple Esports moving on just behind them. As we turn our attention here to Team Myth and Blackjack, as we mentioned, quite centered into this new zone and sitting in a prime position as well with Darkness, who are on that ridge line, just keeping an eye peeled on the cityscape, looking for any potential stragglers or maybe a free shot here and there. I do like what One Round are doing. They are literally keeping to the coastline right now. So those beaches you were talking about, yeah, they are surfing them right now as they head potentially towards Puerto, even a little bit more towards that southern part of the zone.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't see anybody packing any you know, umbrellas or something or beach towels. So I don't really think we're going to be seeing a lot of players focusing on that beach line. But we do see the players from One Round maybe trying it out. As a lot of the city positions still being played out here. We can see it is so just jam-packed. We got Blackjack in here. We got Myth. We got the players from Darkness, Soul. We got VST. We got Wave moving through as well. I mean, this is going to be definitely a position where you want to be on those outlying regions instead of crammed into the city itself, because I think once all these teams start moving forward, it's going to be such a difficult play to get yourself out of that city, let alone find a good way to rotate from that point on forward.
Absolutely. Looking at this, 1 million just behind Triple Esports, just smelling out a little bit of opportunity, if I could call it that way. But Vibes here with the car ready to answer the call should it be needed. Marshall just going to be sending out a few of those nades just as a warning shot. But again, very dangerous waters here, as we can see for Vibes. Only member closest to 1 million Esports who are just moving along closer and closer.
Oh, but let's see now, right? Up comes Senkei. They are really pinched on the edge of the zone. Triple Esports. Ooh, gonna be moving through. Vibes and the rest of the team. They are so close to running into the players there from 1 million. I'm quite surprised that neither of these teams have actually spotted each other out. I mean, obviously they can hear the sounds. They can hear the vehicles moving. Not getting that visual confirmation just yet. Instead, it's going to be an opportunity now for 1 million to maybe focus on a little bit more of a southern positioning, which could result in them actually pulling up alongside the players there from Lag. But we do see in the feed, it is going to be a little bit of a continuation with some efforts just on the very outskirts there of Impala on that far north, well, eastern edge, as the players also then back on the western side. Leaders keeping up the tensions there, but Desert Flame and One Round now trying to go at each other here, but Desert Flame trying to roll forward, right? They want to get away from the edge of the zone. They want to get much closer to that next zone shift, which we saw moving all the way down towards that southern edge. And this is where Desert Flame finds themselves in a little bit less than favorable position.
Oh, absolutely. This is a less than favorable position. So they made the choice to follow One Round Esports on this coastal line rotation, and now look what they get for it. They get Buden down. They get an very awkward opportunity here to try and get a res going, because E-Flex is just on point with these long-range engagements. So unfortunately, return on investment not looking too good, and the birthday boy might be going out sooner rather than later. Of course, Desert Flame putting their best foot forward here to try and get that res going, but One Round not letting up on the pressure anytime soon, at least in the form of E-Flex, while the rest of the team rotate on closer and closer to the zone.
It's at this point where I wonder whether or not he had a proper birthday cake, right? Because it looks to me like he needs some candles, right? He needs to make a wish and you know, blow it out, because I don't know what's going on. I don't even know where I was going with that one, but whatever. I was trying to work a birthday cake in there somewhere. Didn't work. It was worth a shot. Whatever. Here we go. The team's now going to continue to converge further and further in towards the zone. It's going to be Myth to just gain their entry coming through from that northeastern side. They are, of course, pulling up alongside Darkness, who've already taken a bit of a plunge into these compounds, and they are now just prepping for a bit of a welcoming play here. Let's see, could this be the one? Broly and Ramsey just here in the thick of things. Could this be the play now for Darkness to find a few more additional points? Or are we going to be seeing the players from Myth actually now just looking to capitalize on their slight element of surprise?
Oh, look, I'd be very scared to go up against Whiskey and his nade skills right there, but Ramsey actually going to be catching Whiskey off guard with the nade in hand, so that's not really going to be coming to the fruition at this point in time. Now, unfortunately, Darkness left to the 2 players they actually joined the game with, already with 1 player down, so not the numbers they wanted to work with, but they might just need to look at just getting the heck out of dodge and focusing on that rotation into the zone, as we can see that next phase coming on through. Desert Flame Esports, on the other hand, just tuning your attention back to that little engagement. They have got their numbers back up, and they are making the rotation into the zone.
I mean, it's good to see them on the move once again. We can see the players there from Leaders also out there sipping on a bit of blue. Gary Boy having a little bit too much of the blue juice, as we can see them getting knocked on down. But it is now going to be Mad Knight pulling up alongside the players here from Blackjack on this western edge of zone. Not the easiest terrain to fight in, but you know what? They're going to take a swing at it, see where this will lead. Of course, both teams still quite some distance away from getting a good secure positioning up towards the zone itself. So there is still going to be, you know, a little bit to be desired for. Let's see how this one plays out. It is now Blackjack taking a few hits there. But again, nothing too drastic, nothing to be too worried about.
Ooh, I am looking at VST though, and Seoul Esports. That is something to be worried about right now. Seoul Esports down to 1 player, with 3 eliminations, but VST not looking to stop anytime soon. They are dishing out some serious pain. Buden unfortunately getting confirmed as well, along with DWAS. So numbers all around just not looking too great as VST move into some more hard cover and some good practice here as we move into that next zone.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Right, it is going to be down to our final 13 teams. Leaders now leading the way back to the lobby, and Triple push over on towards the western side once again, finding themselves in a little bit of a contentious position alongside the players here from VST. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to get these shots connected on through. VST also still trying to push on in. Great opportunity now for Triple Esports to light them up and just let them know that they are there and they need to be watchful. Otherwise, they'll get punished. And of course, it is becoming a very zone, as we can see. It's not really looking up for anybody at this point in time, aside from potentially maybe 1 million, who we have all the way on that far southern edge of the zone itself.
Absolutely, and I do like the Triple Esports movement at this point in time. They're looking like they're just running with a bit of a pincer here towards Mad Knight. The shots come on through. Wave as well, in the meantime, have been fighting the play zone there. And Tyson just making a jump with that buggy, trying to get out of dodge, as Amawin also just in a better position now to potentially take this engagement.
Let's see if they can piece it all together. Mad Knight just alongside them, steadily waiting down in the ditches they are. But I mean, Triple Esports not having a clear line of sight, and this could be actually quite a bit of a saving grace. We can see Lag actually now starting to bring in a few of the heads on towards them. It's up to Amawin and Tyson to see if they can bring through that survivability. But up comes the rushes, the pushes, up comes the hits. Now will be the time to shine. Oh, Flacco gets traded on down as Triple Esports moves towards them. You can see Six God are just trying to hunker down. The final hopeful for the team. Will he be able to send that nade in and find at least even more damage? Is he going to be able to lock in a knock? Come on. Oh, so close, but no cigar just yet. Instead, cooks up yet another one and tries yet again.
And again, the more nades that Six God keeps moving on through, that just gives a better opportunity for VST to spot out his position. So needs to be very careful and needs to choose the opportunities very wisely here. As we look at the 5th zone, we still have 13 teams alive and kicking, looking for those final positions. And again, this contention that we're looking at, they have been zone blessed, so they can actually fight this out while the rest of the teams make their rotations. So Triple Esports, they're looking for their blood. They're making this rush on through to VST.
Wow, beautiful capitalization coming there from Black 7 as they move in, find one of the unfortunate players from VST, and now there's still several more opportunities. But VST going to be looking to just retreat back into the hard cover. Down goes Hainsley. The shots finding them. Up comes Fivo trying to pull up a few nades, and we've got Zuxi already situated within that building. But will that be enough to secure the efforts for VST? Triple Esports look like they are super eager to get this one done as Black now gets traded down. Fivo absolutely on fire here, looking to close it up on towards Black. And you can see a little bit of a change of strategy coming through there from Triple. But Fivo wants to go in for that res. We are having those third-party shots coming through all the way from Arab Golden and the players there from Wave off in the distance. So a very, very challenging area to try and bring these kind of reses back together.
Absolutely, especially when you consider all of the shots that are just raining in from the surrounding teams, moving on closer and closer. Now Eflex in a bit of spot of trouble, trying to stay alive. What? Actually manages to take down the 2 from Lag Esports, who go down with 3 eliminations at least, but unfortunately they go down. So looking at the rest of the teams now who have made their rotations, 1 million still a little bit slow with Lazy Boy just watching this contention with Eflex. The other 3 have moved up into Triple Esports' territory.
Oh, here we go, right? Oh, but it's going to be Eflex on the opposite end to get taken out. Oh, such an unfortunate play. But Darkness now looking to move on forward. It is going to be 1 million still in contention here, right? 4 eliminations strong. Looking to see if they can maybe rake in a few more. Still a very challenging position to play, but 1 million have a slight advantage, right? They are the only team situated down on towards the southern edge of the zone. So if they are not too overly aggressive or too over eager, they can actually survive for quite a long time and, you know, just right in on those third parties. But up north, you can see it is going to be the players there from Triple Esports to lay down a little bit of that devastation. There's the flame getting snuffed. And now we are down to our final 8 teams. Triple Esports still looking pretty decent here. 3 players up, 3 eliminations to their name. And we're not really having any of those runaway performances coming through at this point in time.
I would say what's scary is that we've got Mad Knight, Blackjack Esports, VST Gaming, and 1 million, all with all of their numbers. Their full squads ready and poised for these next couple of zones as we move into the final moments of Miramar. Triple Esports, Mad Knight already with 1 million in that next zone shift, while Wave Esports fights tooth and nail up against VST here, who are just laying down the law alongside Vibes from Triple Esports. Looking for those potentials here, but so far no connections. 7 teams left, and Triple Esports looking for a way around the situation because they definitely want to keep this position.
Yeah, they want to keep momentum going, right? They want to try and see what it is they can find to try and capitalize upon. But also some good efforts being brought through by the players here from Wave, right? Really active, setting a lot of shots over towards the players there from Arab Golden, even taking aim towards VST, but not having a clear line of sight. But you know, it's come to this. Triple Esports actually creeping much, much closer. Out comes the nade. Is that going to cause some damage? Yes, it does. Not sufficient damage, but definitely does find at least somewhat. But let's see where it is going to be now for Arab Golden as they look to find another play to make. Looking for their options here to utilize. Ooh, look at this. Triple Esports sneaking in even more utilities. Up comes yet another nade now from 7 Reef. We got Sin just there on the opposite end. Fortunately, not being on the receiving side. But Wave using this opportunity now to creep themselves closer and closer. Oh, there we go. Zakaria getting close enough to send that nade out. Finds the knock. And with that, it is going to be Ilyasio to get taken down. Up comes a quick reposition as Rhino, Zakaria, and the rest of the team now from Wave look to capitalize on these opportunities. Finds the spray on Wiz. And now Thin, the final hope for left, quickly tries to pop a smoke there, but up comes the rush. It is going to be Zakaria and the rest of the squad now looking to clean it up. Up they come rushing on forward. So far, not finding the hits, but there we go. They get the job done, and it is going to be Arab Golden, signed, sealed, and delivered. Down to the final 5 teams we go, but Wave on an absolute rampage. Going to be looking to turn their attention down onto its triple, but it's going to be VSC to beat them to the punch. VSC not locking it in 100% just yet, so they could still be a little bit of an advantage to be had here coming through from Wave.
Yeah, but Triple Esports riding on a sliver of HP as they just sit in between the bridge line and the mollies and nades, and the shots just rain on through, which means Triple Esports will be sent back to the lobby as VST are running away with 5 eliminations, looking to make that even more. They are tied only with Blackjack, who are turning their attention here to potentially 1 million esports.
Oh, but let's see where this one will go. Oh, Wave now stepping up, finding VST. There we go. Some beautiful connections being made. It is now all up to Hainsley and Fivo. But Wave looking absolutely phenomenal as they step up once again. Rhino finds the trade, takes down Fivo. And it all comes into Hensley, right? The final hopeful. But Wave looking absolutely amazing, almost unstoppable. It is going to be up towards Mr. D3S there, looking to see if they can push through, get those closures in. But we can see 1 million starting to look. They've got a full squad left, starting to flank around that southern edge, pushing towards the north. And this could be another winner chicken dinner for 1 million. I see a bit of a trend happening here with 1 million.
First map of the day, last map of the day. It doesn't really matter what map it is, apparently. It's just the start and end of our day that 1 million seem to be making an appearance here. So it's up to Wave and VST to stop 1 million's reign of terror, but they're busy focusing on each other here.
Yeah, the be all and end all, right? So far has been 1 million. But let's see what is going to happen. Ainsley now sending out those utilities. Wave already taking quite a bit of a punch here. Rhino is about to get spotted out as Lazy Boy is getting ready to crest this ridge. Oh, quick response is coming through there, but it is going to be Zuxi now to lend a bit of a helping hand. But with that, Wave lose one of their players down to 2. They are up to the utils. Oh, and Rhino is done and dusted, but look at the Zooks. He steps up, finds the spray. Up comes Marshall, looking to go toe-to-toe, but gets straighted. Now it all rides on Venom on the front line. Senke, meanwhile, will be opting in towards Lazy Boy to get that res going. Up comes the nade. Oh, look at VST now just scatter as they sense the danger. Up comes the sprays, but a beautiful trade-off. Fivo finds the head. Venom doing a little bit of information gathering there. It all now rides on Senke and whether or not they can get that res in on Lazy Boy. I'm pretty sure they're going to succeed in doing exactly that. It's going to be Fivo now trying to prioritize who to res up first. Zuxi on the front line. Up comes Senke. Could this be the play to be had? Oh, surprise over the ridge. Down goes one. And no, come on. Oh, Senke gets traded on down. Fivo steps up. Will he be able to lock it in? No. 1 million do it once again. Second day in a row that they pick up the chicken on the first match, pick up the chicken on the second match. And today, they didn't go for 17 eliminations. They went for 16, right? Showing a little bit of conservatism right there.
That bait and switch coming through there towards the end. Senke just getting the res off and making an immediate dash to try and take the attention of VST away from those final moments. So while they were busy with Senke, the res was coming through, the heals are coming through, and that final push was there. So fantastic team coordination coming through from both sides, but ultimately 1 million to once again end off the day with a winner chicken dinner.
I mean, what are the odds, right? A team picking up chicken dinner at the start and the end, 2 days in a row. Absolutely insane. While we process that, right, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll be right back to close off the day. See you guys in a short few moments.
don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season for 2022. My name is DK and I'm joined by Proxy, and we've been taking you through an absolutely insane day of action across the board. We've seen leaders esports rise to the occasion, stepping up with quite an exceptional improvement. And of course, we saw great consistency coming through from the players of Wave Esports as well. What was your kind of standout takeaway from today's performances?
Well, I mean, just the tenacity of some of the final solo players that we saw. I mean, you saw Lashin, bringing up those shotties, making sure they were making a stand, making it as impossible for teams to take them out. But again, as you mentioned, Wave Esports finally making a splash, as well as Arab Golden. I mean, they were, at the bottom, they were Legends of War that we've been waiting for that performance. We've been waiting for them to make a statement and give us an understanding of what we can expect from them. And that finally came through with such a beautiful balance between placements and eliminations. So it's a good start. Once again, it has to come back on Friday. That consists to be there. And again, those blow-away performances are fantastic because they can somewhat make up for the first couple of matches that you may have missed an opportunity out on. And then you can start with that consistent performance. You don't have to be, crazy like 1 million esports starting and ending the day with a winner-winner chicken dinner. Just need to stay consistent and gradually pick up those points to get you into that top 12.
Yeah, I mean, but we've been seeing these teams really working so hard across the entirety of today. Let's hop over into our overall rankings to see what the final result is, what all today's efforts have culminated in. And of course, the answer to that is 3 winner-winner chicken dinners coming through for the players. They are from 1 million, sitting with 152 points in total after 8 matches. Slimefork KT still in contention, holding on to that second position on 114. Of course, you can see VSC sitting right up there in third place as well. But what I'm liking so far is there's not too much of a shift in the positioning of the teams sitting on this first page, coming in from the start of the day to the end of the day, right? We had Blackjack starting in 6th place. They now they're sitting in 8th place. Triple Esports started in 7th. They're in 7th. We had the Blazers Esports. Actually, that's the biggest change we've seen, moving all the way from 10th place up into that 6th place as well. Then, of course, Seoul Esports started the day in 5th place. They closed the day in 5th. Titans in 4th, closed in 4th. Slime and VSC swapped places. And, of course, 1 million still sitting at the top of the pack there. But some really interesting performance. But the team's just strengthening their points, right? Just locking in as much as they can. But now as we take a look at that second page, we do see that the players from one round, they've been moved out of 8th place down into 9th place, right? The Wave, as you said, making a few waves across the board, jumping from the total of 22 points that they started the day off with up to 58, and that is with a 10th place at this point in time. But also then Team Myth, we had them all the way in 17th at the start of the day. Now we find them sitting up in 11th. So there's quite a few jumps coming in across the board. I mean, Virtual Gaming being consistent, right? Yesterday, we saw them finishing the day in 12th place. Today, they finished, guess what? Again, in 12th place. So I'm liking how the teams are starting to show their consistency. But now, coming into the next day of play, right? They need to up the consistency.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what I'm also just impressed by is that we have a team like VST who have made that triple-digit marker without a single winner-winner chicken dinner. I mean, they're kicking it with the big dogs with all of those winner-winner chicken dinners, and they are still cruising along with just their eliminations and placement points, carrying them all the way through. And that is that consistency that we keep talking about. They're one of the prime teams alongside 1 Million Esports and Slime 4KT to really take that example from. So for the rest of the teams who had that initial jump of points, like Leaders Esports, like Arab Golden even, putting themselves in a better position, and Wave Esports swapping places with Virtual Gaming there on the overall leaderboard, yes, they might be closer to that top 12, but they need to keep pushing. They need to make sure that they give themselves some room to breathe, if I could say it that way. You don't want to be sitting just on the cusp of those bonus point maps, you know, just maybe teetering on, yes, you might play bonus, yes, you might not. You want to give yourself as much room as possible to breathe in and to give yourself the best possible chance of performing.
Yeah, I mean, there is somewhat of a gap that is starting to be created, right, on that leaderboard, especially looking at the top quarter of the leaderboard itself. But it is not as much of a drastic gap as we saw progressing through the day, right? The teams have really started to balance it out, and it's becoming closer and closer and closer. But it's also becoming more challenging for the teams that are situated further down on that leaderboard to make any substantial gains and just advance considerably up the overall rankings. So it's going to take a lot of work and effort for these teams to secure those plays. But that is unfortunately just the way the cookie crumbles. That is how the PMPL works. And this season of PMPL, the teams are going to get rewarded for their consistent performances. And it really does seem like a few teams are trying to push that one as hard as they can. Of course, as we know, those bonus points are just a few days away. And as we return with the action coming back again on Friday, I'm honestly super excited to see what the teams are going to be looking to bring on through, right? They're going to have one day to rest, to regroup, to get themselves all back together again before joining us on the battlefield once more for even more crazy plays. So any potential shifts that you're expecting to see moving into the next day?
I'm definitely feeling like Leaders Esports is just getting started. Slime 4KT can also make some crazy moves as well. In terms of the craziest shifts, I feel like Virtual Gaming still has to get the engines going. You know, they are our former champions. I feel like we still need to see more of them coming through. They've started at least balancing out those placements today in terms of the eliminations, because they started with crazy eliminations up here and then the placements were down here. So hopefully they can still bring a little bit more of that balance, but still that explosive energy. That is the reason that they grabbed as many eliminations as they did. And I'm still holding a candle for Legends of War to show us what they have in store for us.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. You know, I'm still waiting to see Legends of War just blowing us away with a little bit of a shock and awe strategy. I mean, I'm super keen for that. Love to see that come from them. So maybe that's going to be their strategy coming through in towards day 3, 4, and 5, right? Well, at least I'm hoping at least for day 5 to see, you know, a little bit of that. How did you say? Table shaking, but you went it the other way, or whatever, right? That one.
You say that the tables have turned, but it's funnier to say that the turns have tabled.
Yes,
you know?
yes, yeah. They might be looking to have turned the tables the turns, whatever. That one. I
Table
can't
of
even
turning,
get that
yes.
right now. But yes. So there's going to be some pretty high expectations for the team stepping into that third day, as we've already played through 2 days. I mean, the next day is going to be that halfway marker, and whatever the teams have not achieved by then, it's going to become so much more challenging for them to secure moving further from that point onwards. But of course, we also need to thank our sponsors who are helping make this event possible. And of course, big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. So much love being shown there to them. And what an absolutely exciting and extravagant day that we've had PUBG-wise, right? So much action, so much insanity. Another 1 million start and finish coming through there. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to be, you know, putting a bit of a stop to that in the coming days. But all we can do is just come in once again, look to see what the teams are going to be bringing, and hopefully, I trust they are going to be blowing us away with some absolutely insane performances.
All we need is a day where we start and end with a Sanhok and for 1 million to take that win both at the beginning and the end of the day. And then we can officially say that that's just their strategy for this league phase. Just take the first and the last game, and whatever happens in between, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. We take the win anyway. But fantastic performances. I can't believe that we've already got 3 teams sitting on those triple digits after only 2 days of, you know, the first phase of the week. So the first week phase, yes, same thing. But what's also fantastic is normally at this point in time we would kind of just disregard what we've seen at this point, because it would be league play going over to the super weekend, so we would only be focusing on the top 16, but that's obviously no longer the case. So I am very curious to see how that transition is going to work for these teams, and if we are suddenly going to see a massive resurgence of teams, because that's what they're kind of used to, is to really put focus in on those last 3 days. You know, it's thankfully it's weekend, so they don't have, you know, school, work, university, whatever it is to really worry about. They can just solely focus on that PUBG mobile action and bring their best possible performances through. But maybe we might just continue to see, you know, just a glimmer of hope for 1 or 2 teams with the same rising stars running ahead of the pack.
That could definitely be an option. And I mean, as we know, right, we've been talking about this we've been talking about this for some time now, that the bonus point option, well, not option, but the bonus points are there. They are in play. Now, the higher up the teams can get themselves situated moving in towards the finals, the more they can benefit coming through from that. Now, as we know, coming into the finals of the last season, right, Virtual Gaming locked in 183 points. The team Intruder we had participating also came in on 183 points. Now, had either of those teams come into the finals with already a point advantage secured in, things could have looked so much different, right? I think it could have been an entire change up through the finals itself. And that's what makes it so exciting, is that now we have the addition of the bonus points coming through. And as we said before, right, the teams can make their way into the finals with up to 80 points. So there's going to be quite a bit to play for. And I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to be having one team actually sitting on those 80 points.
I mean, to give you an idea, Titan Gaming, who was one of our most explosive teams, they finished their first day off on 54 points. All right. And you're saying you can get up to a maximum of, obviously, in the best case scenario, of 80 points as a starter. That's an entire day of fantastic gameplay that you can just suddenly set yourself up for in one of the most stressful weekends of this entire tournament. And as you mentioned, it can make the difference between getting into the top 6 or not getting into the top 6 whatsoever. So it's fantastic that now your hard work during the so-called league phases or the week phases actually do make a massive difference moving into the finals weekend. It's so that investment you're placing here is going to make a difference leading into the finals. I mean, that's already just a massive bonus for the teams who have generally shown a lot more of a shine coming through into those league phases, like our current 1 million esports. As you keep reminding us, they've reached like 500 points in the league phase. So now that will actually mean something for them to start in the finals.
Yeah, well, we will have to wait and see how all of this plays out, as we are going to be bid you good night. Well, as we are bidding you good night, Fanas. Yeah, I can't even English anymore. As we have now come to the end of our evening's proceedings here. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. It's an absolute blast to be here with you. And of course, big shout out going out to all these teams. You guys are absolute legends. Cannot wait to see what's going to come through on day 3. So be sure to join us back again on Friday as we continue with even more action right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Split for 2022. Same time, same place, even more action. Be sure to see you guys back then.